Hello, people. How are you guys doing? Good morning from here. Good afternoon. Good evening, wherever you're in the world. Yes, it is live. It is live. Yes, thank you for tuning in. I just thought it would be a good idea to engage with you guys a little bit and talk about transfer deadline day, what's going on in the lives of our Nigerian players. We're waiting for some transfers to be confirmed. So, always a nice opportunity and an excuse to engage with you guys. That's why I decided to do this. So thank you very much for tuning in. Of course, if you don't know me, my name is Ayoti. This is Eagle Striker, the home of Nigerian football. Thank you very much for tuning in, guys. It is transfer deadline day. We are waiting for a number of our Nigerian players' transfers to be confirmed. So we're just going to be engaging, and then yes, you guys let me know your thoughts. If anybody wants to call in and share their thoughts, feel free to call in as well. You know, it's just going to be an engaging session. Just going to be an engaging session. Of course, we know that Tolu Arokodare has already sent a farewell message to KRC Gang. So that one is only a matter of time before we see an official announcement for Tolu to Wolverhampton Wanderers in the English Premier League. That's an exciting transfer. I'm happy for him. Breakout year for him in Belgium. It's only a matter of time before we see official confirmation of that one. We're also waiting for Chrysanthos Uche to Crystal Palace. We hear that he's in London already, trying to sort out the final, steps in the transfer. Also doing his medical examination. So hopefully that one goes well. It's going to be a big move for Chrysanthos Uche, a big payday for him as well, considering that he's playing for Getafe right now and he doesn't make much money there. It's going to be an exciting one. We also are waiting to see what happens with Samuel Chukwueze. We're hearing that Fulham want him and he's already in London to complete the final steps of the transfer and also get his medical examination done. Fingers crossed for Samuel Chukwueze. That one also we're hoping will be completed by the end of today. We need to know what happens with Victor Boniface. We need to know what happens with Ademola Lokman. We need to know what happens with Taiwa Woni. We need to know what happens with Emmanuel Dennis. We need to know what happens with Sadiq Umar. There's a number of Nigerian players who are expected or on the verge of making moves. And it's just for us to keep watching, following the news, following the stories, and see what happens with them. We need to know what happens with Kelechi Nwakali. We need to know what happens with Kelechi Eheanacho. Oh man, there's a number of different moves that we're anticipating. Some of them we have no clue what's going on, but you guys know It's deadline day. Deadline day is always exciting, and I expect it to be another blockbuster deadline day for us. At least the moves that we know that are in the works are quite exciting moves, are good moves. So it should be an interesting one. It should be an interesting one. It should be an interesting one. Someone says, isn't Emmanuel Dennis a free agent already? Yes, Emmanuel Dennis is a free agent already, which means that free agent has to sign with a club. To be fair, because he's a free agent, he doesn't have to sign with a club today, but it will be good for him to be able to get a club today. But yes, he is a free agent, but his next step is what we're looking forward to and what we're anticipating. Has Uche Crisantos joined Crystal Palace? Not yet officially, but again, like I mentioned, he's in London. He's doing his medical examinations and trying to finalize the final steps in the deal. Someone is saying it's so sad. It's looking like Lokman is going to stay back at Atalanta. Man, people are not coming with the right offers. So right now, Atalanta are not budging. Lokman still wants to leave. Lokman has already traveled to London. Of course, he's supposed to resume with the national team by tomorrow, but Lokman's situation is not certain right now. That's another one that we have to keep watching. I'm really rooting for Ademola Lookman. I hope that it all goes well for him. It's never nice when a player wants to leave, the club doesn't want to let the player go for a certain rate, or they don't want to let the player go at all. If the player has to stay, most of the time it doesn't end up going well. So I'm really hoping that Ademola Lookman is able to find respite in a situation. I'm really hoping, but right now we don't know exactly what's going to happen. We don't know exactly what's going to happen. Sorry, I'm just looking to see if there's any other news that I might have missed. Okay, so yes, I'm seeing Rudy Galetti. Rudy Galetti. Hello, Chike. Give me 1 second and I'll get your thoughts. Welcome. But yes, Rudy Galetti is reporting that KA Gent submitted an official offer to Victoria Prison for Rafael Durosimi, but the Czech club considered the bid from KA Gent to be too low. So they consider the bid from Ghent to be too low. They've rejected the initial offer. They are asking for more money. The player is eager to move and has refused to train. See, this has become the trend now in football. When player wants to leave, oh yeah, I'm not training, I'm not playing. So Rafael Durosimi has requested to leave. He has refused to train with Victoria Prison, but just like we see in many transfers, Victoria Present says we're not going to sell him for change. You need to bring the right amount of money. I don't know exactly how much they'll be asking for, but thinking of a player like Durosimi, maybe they'll be looking for somewhere like 15 to 20 million, just so that they know that they're making a healthy amount of money on his deal. So that's one to watch. Let's see if Ghent come with a better offer, or if not, he might have to stay. He might have to stay. But yes, this trend in football is something that I want to see how it continues. Going forward in the future. Players just asking to leave, and clubs seemingly having no power or no say once the player wants to leave. Most of the time, the player gets what he wants. But yes, Chike, welcome. So how you doing? I don't hear you. Speak again. I don't hear you. I can't hear you, sir. Maybe leave and come back. Yeah. But yes, while we try to fix that issue, author says Ten Hag is gone, so Boniface should stay back. The next coach might fancy him. He's a good player. I mean, Ten Hag is gone. From what I'm hearing about the whole Bayer Leverkusen Ten Hag situation, the club obviously has been selling all of their best players. They've sold Duverts, they let their coach go. They're about to sell Hinkampi. They've sold Frimpong, they've sold Adley, they've sold most of their best players. Even Boniface was about to leave. And Ten Hag did not quite agree with that and was not happy that the rate of selling was not matching the rate of buying. The quality of selling was not matching the quality of buying. So Ten Hag had, some fights apparently, or maybe not physical fights, but disagreements with the hierarchy of Bayer Leverkusen. And then, of course, when you combine that with the fact that he lost his first two games, or drew one, lost, the results so far haven't been good, and they decided to pull the plug and bring in someone that buys more into their vision and into their plans. So it's rather unfortunate, but again, with a new coach always brings new opportunities. And who knows, maybe the next coach of Bayer Leverkusen, whoever that is, might fancy Victor Boniface. I might say I prefer Boniface to Patrick Schick. You have to wait and see. But that's an interesting one. I do think that Boniface already has his sights set beyond Bayer Leverkusen. I do think that, considering the fact that he tried to leave for Al Nassr in previous window, we know that he packed his bags, he was ready to go. Considering the fact that he tried to leave for Al Nassr in the previous window, he tried to leave for AC Milan in this window, I think it's probably best for Victor Boniface to just go, because it'll feel like, why is everything not working against me? It'd be like, say, your village people, they hook you for that club. So personally, I feel like Victor Boniface should just find a move. His agent is the Nigerian agent at Nike. I think he should just find a move for him. Obviously he doesn't want to go to an anyhow level. But who knows, man? All these teams like Wolves, all these teams like Crystal Palace that are signing our Nigerian strikers. I mean, Boniface, they could have been posturing Boniface for one of those clubs. Who knows? I honestly just think that Boniface should leave Bayer Leverkusen, considering how everything has played out right now. I think he should leave Bayer Leverkusen. I like Victor Boniface. You guys know this. I think he's a very good player, but he has had a lot of ups and downs and issues in his career of recent. And after two failed transfers, man, like even myself go shame to come back into the locker room and say, "Hey guys, how you doing?" Blah blah blah. New coach can convince him. If the coach comes in and says, "I want you to stay," but here's the thing: the new coach is not going to be signed today, so is going to have decided to stay before the coach comes in. It's a tricky situation altogether. Honestly, it is a tricky situation. But yes, I hear that opinion, Sha. I hear what you're saying. Ashraf says, "I'm praying that my boy Lokman secures a move to a top club today." I'm sure we're all praying for that. We want Lokman to get something good going. Um, okay, I can hear you now, Chike, but just give me 1 second. Let me just quickly go through comments. Um, Samuel is asking, which Super Eagles players move excites you the most, and which one are you most looking forward to watching? I like this question, Samuel. Which move excites me the most? Of all the ones that we're currently hearing, I'm excited about Tolu Alashiarukudare to Wolves. I'm excited about Samuel Chukwueze to Fulham. I think that Tolu Arukudare is a very good fit for Wolverhampton Wanderers. Physical striker, can finish the ball if you create a good opportunity for him. And I really think that he can make a mark in the Premier League, score maybe 10 goals. If he has a fantastic year, maybe score 15 goals. And it could be something that really stamps his name in the minds of a lot of football fans around the world. And from there, who knows, man, this guy can become a relative household name in football. Arokodare is built for the glitz and glamour of football. Likes a flashy lifestyle, likes to show off his assets, likes to show off his drip, all these kind of things. He just needs to let the football match the lifestyle. And I think he has a good opportunity at a club like Wolves. If they said he was joining Bayern like we had heard before, or other clubs, I might have said it's a little bit of a step too far forward for him. But this Wolves step, I think, is a really good one. And if he does well, even if Wolves get relegated or have a bad season, there's still always a potential for him to join another team. I think that he has the opportunity to stamp himself as a consistent Premier League player, even though maybe not playing for the Chelseas, the Arsenals, the Liverpools, etc. But he can always be like the way Iwobi has established himself. You know that Iwobi is never going to join Liverpool or Man City, but he's always going to have a team in Premier League. Even if he decides to leave Fulham today, somebody else will pick him up. That's what I think Arukodare can also do for himself. And there's Samuel Chukwueze, obviously, we know he has had a torrid time at AC Milan. There's no secret about that. And I think that this is an opportunity for him to go to a league that usually has a lot of pressure, but because he's not coming in with a high reputation, the pressure is not going to be high on him. And then the expectations from Fulham wingers are quite low right now because the people that they have, they are not producing. Adam Traore is not producing. Harry Wilson is not producing as much. It will be their key player, their key forward. Chukwueze can come in, can show himself. If he can dazzle just a little bit like he was doing at Villarreal, it can be a big move. And also, I'm excited because I think the chemistry that he can build with Alex Iwobi, that he can build with Calvin Bassey, by the grace of God, maybe it can translate to the Super Eagles of Nigeria. And then when you have them coming to play for the national team, they might be able to understand and know better. But yes, I've kept you waiting for a little bit. So Chike, welcome. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
All right. Thank you so much for this opportunity. So basically, I mean, I'll say this start by saying this transfer window is a really I mean, would I say a special one for looking at Super Eagles players. Looking at Tulu, looking at Chukwueze. What will you think of Crisanto Uche?
What do I think of? Sorry, I'm trying to adjust my camera a little bit. What do I think of Crisantos Uche?
Yes.
I think Uche is a good player. I want to understand better the plan that Crystal Palace has for him. You know, I
Yes.
liked the Uche to Wolves move initially when we're hearing about that. With Crystal Palace, I wonder if he's going there to play as a striker. I think that's my biggest concern.
Okay.
If he's going to play as a striker, how does he bench Jean-Philippe Mateta?
Good question.
That's my biggest question mark.
Do
If
you
he's
think it's
going,
for squad depth?
if
Because
it's
guy,
for if it's for squad depth, maybe, but then it makes it less exciting for us because now we're going to see Santos on the bench week in, week out, and coming on to play the last 20-30 minutes of games. And those are the games that Mateta did not score in, or the games that Crystal Palace are struggling for a result. And we know that Mateta is a good striker. He has shown himself to be a good striker. Crystal Palace love him. So I'm really curious to know their plan for him. If maybe they are saying, okay, we want to make Nigerian fans happy, we want to play him in midfield, then it's now a question of, okay, does he bench what's the Oyinbo boy's name? Watson. You know, does he bench
yes,
Watson? He's not a Will Hughes type of player, but can he bench Will Hughes and also maybe provide a different listing? We know that he's obviously not a replacement for Ebere Cheze. So
yes,
I just want to know what their plan is for him. As far as a move to the Premier League, it's a good move. You know, it's going to. I don't know what he's making at Getafe, but I can guarantee you that Crystal Palace will pay him 2-3 times what he's currently making. So for his bank account, is a good move. For reputation, you're joining a Premier League club is a good move. I'm happy to see our best players playing in big leagues. I just don't know from a personal point of view, from development point of view. He's 21 or so.
yes.
I don't know what their plan is for him.
That's a very good one. And Ademola Lokman, any no update on that yet so far?
There's no update on Ademola Lookman. Oh. We hear that he's in London waiting for something to potentially happen. Get ready to do medical exams when somebody asks him to do medical exams. But there's nothing. There's nothing. I think I mean, I don't know why people don't want to pay the price that Atalanta is asking, because 50 million, I don't think is too much for Lookman. The only thing that
Yes.
some people might say is that, well, he has only 1 year left on his contract. So why sign him for 50 million now if you can get him for free
One
in a
year.
year? But I still think that Lookman is an asset to any club that has him. And
Definitely.
I'm honestly quite surprised that more teams are not just in position for Ademola Lookman. I'm honestly quite surprised about that. I know Fulham will not sign him. They already had him before. He did not really do well for them back in the day. But
Yeah.
if they are looking for a Nigerian forward right now, you would think that Ademola Lookman is probably better suited for them than Samuel Chukwueze. But look, I just really pray and hope that he finds his, you know,
It's bearing.
yeah, he
And
finds.
the other Super Eagles players that were not called. I mean, looking at because of this crucial qualifier against South Africa, looking at Victor Boniface, especially, you know, why Eric Chell left him out of the squad, the final squad.
Mm,
Looking at especially Victor Boniface, it will be interesting. I think Victor needs with all that's happened this period, I think he needs that, let's say, break, so to say, especially Victor, to just cool his head off. The failed AC Milan move due to medical, whatever it was, and In fact, ironically, Bayer Leverkusen just sacked their coach. So there's a lot of turbulence happening there with him regarding his future and all that. So I think Victor, but I think with the players that have been called, Tolu, Osimhen, I believe we should, because that is a must-win game for if Nigeria needs to be at the World Cup in America, we need to win the 3 points.
Mm.
We have to. So it's about having the best focused players, right now. In fact, we just even heard that Jackson. See what happened to Jackson, right? For Chelsea, Jackson is heading to Senegal. With
Yeah.
the Chelsea Bayern move, so it's just similar. So there's a lot of, I think, players who are still jostling for their final to finalize their transfers before they can go to for their national team or friendlies and
Mm.
all that.
Okay,
So,
sorry, 1 second. Arthur, I see that you want to come on, but please go and wear his t-shirt and be in a better position, better lighting, so that we can bring you on. The way you are shirtless laying on your couch, I don't really want to talk to you like that. So please wear a t-shirt, go somewhere, that has light, and let's be able to have a civilized conversation. Thank you. Otherwise, you keep joining, I'll keep removing you. So okay. Let me just quickly go back to the comments and see what people are saying. Okay, Seed is here. Seed, welcome. Give me 1 second, please. Um, okay, so somebody is saying, how is Lukman's situation different from Isak and Wisa? Yet they've been settled. I think the biggest difference here for me is that teams are willing to pay the transfer fee for Isak and for Wisa. Liverpool just broke the British transfer record to sign Alexander Isak. Inter Milan are dragging their feet to sign Ademola Lookman for 50 million. Newcastle paid the fee that Brentford wanted for you and Wisa is going to get the move. You see that even Newcastle were unwilling to just let Isak go for less than they wanted, the same way Atlanta are unwilling. Brentford were also unwilling to let Wisa go for the price that the initial transfer fee was coming at. So I think if somebody brings that 50 million for Lookman right now, Atlanta will say yes, no problem going. But clubs are trying to show that all the power cannot just belong to the player, because at the point it starts to beg the question now, why sign a contract? Why give players loyalty bonuses? Why give players sign-on fees? If the moment that the player just says, I want to leave, the club has to let them go and has to accept any amount of money. It's a business transaction at the end of the day. In a business transaction, both parties should feel satisfied with the deal that has been done. So
okay.
somebody just needs to bring the right amount of money for Ademola Lookman, and I think he'll go. Somebody is mentioning Victor Boniface to Weather Bremen. I'm not sure if I've seen that, but I'll look into that in a second to see if there's indeed any legs to that story. Okay. Shola Ogundano of Flamengo under 20 to Dynamo Kiev. Good signing. Interesting one. I've known the boy a little bit. You know, I at least if he's joining a first team now, it would be interesting to see how that one goes for him. Rooting for him, obviously, rooting for all Nigerian players. It's just that moving to any Ukrainian club right now is a little bit, you're going to be a little bit under the radar because obviously with everything happening in that region, the Ukrainian league is not being spotlighted, it's not, being talked about as much. But it could be interesting. It could be interesting. Okay, and then Taiwo is also telling us Cyril Dessas to Panathinaikos. Yes. I posted a video of Cyril Dessas
Yeah.
on my YouTube channel like some months back, and for the past few days, the Greek fans have just been flooding the comments on that post of my YouTube channel. So yes, that one has legs. Dessas, of course, it's funny because Rangers need him now. They already sold Igamane, and I think he scored on his debut for Lille as well in the French League on. So they need Dessas, but obviously Dessas is on the other side. Is it 31, 32 right now? And throughout his time at Rangers, it's always been a mixed bag. Some people think he's a very good striker. Some people think he misses chances. So it's something to watch. Let's see how that one goes for him. But yes, welcome, Sid. How are you doing, sir?
Yeah, good to see IoT, and also good to see Chike too. Yeah, I just saw you online, and I see you're discussing about the transfers, especially for Super Eagles than just Nigerian-based players. I'm not. I mean, it's underwhelming in my opinion, but I'm not surprised really, because the foundation has not been sorted out of Nigerian football. What you're seeing is what it is about Nigerian football. And sometimes, yes, we are patriotic, but sometimes we're overrating our players. They're actually average and below average.
Hmm.
So because football is not like in the 80s thereabouts, and even then we had world-class players, people that could walk into Arsenal, Borussia Dortmund, the Ajax of this world, the Milans and all that. You can't, and that's why I always say the current Super Eagles are actually at where they are. Look at what happened to us in Chan. That's where you have most of the top players that came out of Chan were able to get clubs. So it tells us where the level of our football is. All right. But moving forward, I think the only person I would say, if I look at, I mean, underwhelming may have been Osimhen. I don't think where Osimhen is where he truly wanted to be.
Mm.
And so I know it may be controversial, but I feel that Osimhen could have been a bit more tactical. So there may be a root problem why our players are not getting top rated in movements. Are they signed up to the right agencies? We have to look at those kind of things. What kind of contracts do they initially get into? What are the fine prints within those contracts that do not enable them to move into other clubs? And also taking a look at themselves. Our players really need to improve because clubs use a lot of metrics. They're checking a lot of metrics in this football. Football is not like before, just no. They're looking at metrics, they're looking at lifestyle, they're looking at so many factors. Football is both on and off the pitch. So if a club needs to, just like, okay, take for instance the issue of Garnacho moving to Chelsea.
Mm.
Yes, he may be a good player in terms of profile, but there was still challenges with the Chelsea fans with regards to off the pitch issues. But if you have it, because he's in a good management, they're able to sell the players, because selling a player is like you're selling I will only use you're selling a property, or you're selling a product.
Mm.
So you need to package that product very well so that it will be taken over. The only person I was concerned with was Boniface, and I know people say a lot of things, but I think Boniface's issue was the movement of uh, the Chelsea man Nkunku. So
Mm.
if you look at Nkunku and look at Boniface, you will see that the packaging behind Nkunku, Boniface played more games than him. Nkunku is also injury prone, but you don't know the packaging around the Nkunku business. And Nkunku used the Club World Cup to create a packaging process for himself, and so Milan had to take him ahead of Boniface. So because they were going for the same, attacking role, or number 8 supporting attacking role. So the Milan had to choose: do we take Nkunku, a French national, versus a Nigerian national? So these things are the politics that go behind the scene. So for our players to stand out, they have to put more effort in their trade. 2, they have to look for the right agency that will package them as a product, and also they don't need to lowball themselves, because the root of a player also matters. It's very few people that you see like Mikel that move from Lynn Oslo to Chelsea. It's very rare to see that kind of movement. So players should look at how they move. The guy that has been even very lucky has been people like Osimhen and Chukwueze, who have been able to at least stay within the mainstream European countries. But now, the most our spearhead leader in the Eagles, who is Osimhen, is out of view. And to be honest, Osimhen needs the World Cup. If there's going to be anything that Osimhen needs more than ever, is this World Cup, because he's out of the range of the Big Five. The Big Five leagues is out of it. Except you see highlights and all that. We are not watching Osimhen. And Osimhen is one of the most prolific strikers. And look at the striker merry-go-round. Isak, Gyökeres, what's his name? Ekitike. Tell me Ekitike and Osimhen. Just tell me Ekitike and Osimhen. There's no comparison there.
Yes.
So what is it that somebody like Osimhen cannot be in the Big Five leagues? Something is wrong.
So,
just to ask there needs to be a recheck of the players. What is it that Lokman can? Do you know how many players, how many teams we are looking for a left-sided attacker like Lokman? In the Premier League, there are many. Even till tonight, they are looking for players like that. So why is it that Lokman? So we need to. I'm not an agent, but I think there's something that needs to be done in terms of packaging Nigerian product. And I tell you, NFF is not doing a good work. Federations help their players. Federations should also find a way to say, okay, which are our top Nigerian players, top 10 Nigerian players. Let's find a way to ensure that these are top 10 Nigerian players can always be around the 5 leagues, or at least top 3 leagues: Spanish, La Liga, Premier League, the Bundesliga, or the La Liga. Let them be around there. Talk with their agents. What's going on with our boys? But I tell you, they don't think of these things. They're only thinking of what we'll get from government. We'll do one tournament, blah blah blah. No, football is holistic. They know this is the World Cup year. All the federations, Spanish, English, French, they are watching all their players to ensure that boys get into a good team. We want to watch you because we are picking the 23 man for our nation. It's a World Cup. This transfer is a World Cup transfer. So, if you don't think of this thing wide, you just see all this kind of things. So, in my own opinion, it's really underwhelming. But I'm happy for Christensus. He's coming to a league that they will see him.
Yes.
And that is very critical. Coming to a league, he's playing in the at least top 10 clubs of the Premier League. Crystal Palace. I pray that tonight it will go through, no dramas. And in Crystal Palace, Eberechi has moved. So there's space. About 3 players are moving out of Crystal Palace. So there's sufficient space. And the boy has the charisma, or I would say he has the aura of Premier League. He's coming from La Liga. So the trajectory is very good. You see how it is? If you can come from La Liga, yes, you play. And if you play in Crystal Palace and show yourself, because Glasner is good, a good coach, he will play you. If you play yourself, then you can move from Crystal Palace and maybe to a Tottenham. Then we are talking business now. So he needs to get the right guys around him that will maintain his product. I don't think Osimhen really did that. There are some times, look at Isaac. Isaac was creating problem, but Isaac knows that he's top 5 attackers in the world. Look at Wissa. Wissa is going to be picked tonight. Tell me, doesn't Newcastle need Osimhen? Just come into the league. Play 3 years. One of these clubs will be looking for you.
So do you think
it's a real challenge?
Do you think it was a question of economics, like the economics of the deal? Forget about the talent now. Forget about the talent now. We know Osimhen is definitely top 3, top 5, whatever. You think it was more about the finances from the club's perspective? By local, we can afford this for these numbers we're looking at. Do you think that was a question?
Definitely.
Because you're asking why would Liverpool go and spend world record buying Ekitike when a striker like Osimhen is there? These are valid questions. So is it a question of your from Frankfurt? Frankfurt is
I would
like,
say,
you know,
yeah, I would say that. I
See,
would say that
see,
there's the
guys.
economics of the deal.
Yeah,
yeah.
let's not get
So
into Osimhen's
I don't
transfer
want to get into Osimhen, but
because
generally,
Osimhen's situation
generally,
causes a lot of unnecessary argument
yeah,
and
yeah.
fight, and
But
people start saying
generally,
nothing.
generally, there's the economics of the deal.
Yeah, Osimhen's
But
move
sometimes,
was beyond just the ability of the player. So let's
yeah,
not.
and no, no, no. I think if Osimhen came in the time of Abramovich, he's in Chelsea. Don't worry about that because the man doesn't look at those kind of things to pick his player. He doesn't follow. So PSR rules, clubs are following very strict budgets. You're in and out. All those dynamics have come into Europe very strongly,
Mm.
and so Osimhen came into a time when the club that really needs him, that he has legs to work for him, had a different policy of 21, 25 years, want to lower their salaries.
Mm.
So it was, if it was the first time of Boli, he will get into the team.
I want
So
to.
there's economics, but generally for Nigerian players, I don't think economics will be so much of a problem. But they need to look at how the deals are constructed so that even if it is a clause, there's something that happened when the late super agent, what's his name? He's late now. He was a super agent for Haaland,
Mino
and
Raiola.
Haaland needed to move.
Mino.
Raiola,
Yes.
Mino Raiola. When Haaland needed to move from his club to Dortmund, there were clubs looking for him. Chelsea was looking for him. Different big clubs are looking for him. So this young boy, but Mino Raiola tracked his trajectory. Say no, go to Dortmund. But he put a clause in Dortmund contract. He put some certain things so that when it's time to leave Dortmund, it's not going to be drama. Dortmund is already, the contract puts Dortmund in a position where he has to be released. So these are the kind of things our players will look at the economics to make a movement, and they will find, so this, and that is where I said the FA. How does the federation help a lot of the Nigerian best players? Federation needs to know that this thing is holistic. Yes, the players have their contracts, they have their agents, they have their managers, but the federation will look at it and say, look, we're going to a World Cup, we want to qualify for the World Cup, but our players must be playing and they must be in the right clubs.
Mm.
Take
Right.
interest in it
See,
so that it will guide them help.
I want to just jump in here and quickly say something. So,
Yeah.
somebody in the comments says Osimhen is already having issues with some Galatasaray fans. Some fans that Ikadi followers, Verishana isn't crossing to Osimhen also. You know, I've been seeing a lot of those comments from the Ikadi supporters, but I don't think we should not say Osimhen is having issues with Galatasaray fans. Some Galatasaray fans just prefer one player to the other, which can happen. You know, it can happen. But at the end of the day, people love players that produce for their clubs. Those same Ikadi followers, if Osimhen keeps scoring goals the way he's scoring, everything will be fine. Ikadi too comes on and Ikadi gives his contribution. The players themselves don't have any issues with each other. Their teammates, they support each other, they play with each other. And I will say this on the Liresani not crossing to Osimhen. I think that Nigerians, we like, you know, this thing, we've said this thing about every Osimhen teammate since he has moved to Europe. Oh, they're not providing for him, they're not crossing for him, they're not doing this, they're not doing that.
Nigerians like to worry.
They play to the best abilities of themselves, of their teammates, and based on the coach's instruction. At the end of the day, the goal that Osimhen scored this past weekend was somebody that crossed the ball to him. On another day, people will say, that person is not crossing. Sane is not saying, Osimhen, I'm not going to give him the ball. Of course, even Sane wants to get assists. He wants to create chances for his team. So, yes, in a particular game, maybe his crosses did not reach Osimhen or he did not put in that many crosses. Does not mean that he's not crossing to Osimhen. So I laugh when Nigerian fans say this sometimes because
I know those things are just Nigerianness and Nigerian,
you know, there's
agenda.
nothing, no player has any agenda against Victor Osimhen. They all want him to do well. They all love him. They're all his friends.
And the truth is that Leroy Sané is playing for the first time with him. So there needs to be synergy, team synergy. Yes. So for me, I don't really worry about what Nigerians. Actually, I feel Osimhen's one of his problems is good, but it's also one problem. Nigerian fans. Sometimes we overdo things, and even the European, there was a time I was even saying, I think Mikel should relax. Yes, every day you're talking about Victor, Victor, Victor. You
Yeah.
get to a point that it becomes counterproductive for the player. With and it became as if it's an Osimhen versus Nico Jackson issue. No, okay, you have said it once. Don't overflog it. You do it such a way that the club will say, maybe there's something wrong about this thing. This is how people think.
Yeah.
Maybe there's something wrong about this player. Let's pivot somewhere else. And that's what they did. They pivoted somewhere else, paid 65 million, brought in João Pedro, is delivering the goods. They move on. So sometimes over amping something is Osimhen has been playing well, he's doing well, he's Icardi's friend, he's not upsetting anything. Icardi is an older player, all right. He comes in, he's going to be playing 30 minutes. Osimhen is the guy that will be leading them in attack. So all these ramping up unnecessary stuff is not necessary.
Okay, let me
The
ask
most
you guys.
important
Let
thing
me
is
ask
our
you guys a
players.
question. Let me ask you guys a question. Is there any particular player that maybe we're not hearing any rumors, we're not hearing any news about them, but you would like to see the player make a move this summer, today before the window closes? Is there any Nigerian player like that? Chike, go first.
Okay, you mean Super Eagles player?
It doesn't have to be Super Eagles. It can be a young player. It can be an upcoming player. Just any Nigerian player that you feel like should be making a move, even though there's no noise or talk about him.
I'll say, I don't know. Has Tino Anjorin?
No, we're not counting Tino Anjorin.
I don't count on Tino Anjorin. Because we're trying to look ahead, like looking at the squad.
But when I give them my attention when they give me
when
the
they
attention.
officially sign up.
Yes.
Okay, good. So let's look at our goalkeepers. What do you think?
You want our goalkeepers to make moves?
Why not?
Which goalkeeper? Let's start from there.
I mean, any of them. I mean, Maduka Okoye is already in I think he's in Udinese.
Yes.
Settled there. Stanley Wabal in South Africa. So I think we need to see other, because I'm comparing Nigeria to Cameroon, and I'm looking at look at the moves that Mbuemo is getting from Cameroon. Looking at Onana in Manchester United. This is not. I don't want to go too far. Cameroon, Nigeria, player to player. So you're looking at the status of the deals, and you're wondering why we should be able to get something close. I mean, from or even from the defense. Let's also look at what's his name, Calvin Bassey. I think Bassey. I was even thinking online now should have moved to, because he was last season. He was, I think, the top 3, let's say top 5 left backs.
Yeah,
but I'm surprised when Trent Alexander-Arnold left Liverpool. I was thinking he would be in that discussion.
Exactly.
But they went to go and get Kekes. I was like, Kolaino is Premier League proven. Done. I mean, Kekes is but
left back.
Yeah, for that position. That would have been enough.
Kekes will be ahead of him, left back.
I mean, before they got it, before Kekes moved to Liverpool.
No, I'm thinking of the Frimpong role.
All I know would sign as a right back, not a left back.
Okay, sorry.
Right back. The Frimpong role, yeah.
Frimpong. So they are going to Germany. You understand? To bring Frimpong. When you had Olaino that is Premier League proven. So this was my thinking. Like, I felt
the question would be: Is Olaino willing to move? Is his team, have they projected that?
Okay, that's another question.
You see, that's why I say before the season ended, there was so much noise about Kekes. The noise about Kekes was so loud that a big team. See, this thing is how they do it. You have to create that noise for that player. His team must create that noise. But like you said, I think Wabali should have made a move, even if it is moving to a big club in South Africa or in North Africa, or at least get somewhere close to France.
Okay.
But I don't know why it didn't happen.
Oh, I mean,
another guy I wish they can. Another guy I wish tonight, if tonight it can happen, is Lokman.
No, Lokman.
I want Lokman to make a big move, a big jump.
like to
whether
Spurs or
it's
something.
PSG,
Yeah,
just
Tottenham.
make a move to a
Yeah,
good other Premier League team,
yes.
French team, or a top Italian team, if
Um,
need be. You know,
Mm.
yeah,
that
You
would
know,
be very good for him.
I want to say this about Stanley Wabali. I think Wabali is fairly comfortable where he is right now. You know, the club sweetened his contract last year. They made him the team captain, so they've given him some incentives to stay. And I don't know him personally. You know, this is a guy that I've never really had other than chats here and there. We've never really spoken like that. But he doesn't give me the vibe of somebody that is really, really chasing that big move. I remember the time that we had heard rumors of him moving to Europe. It was small teams in Europe. I think it was a championship team that were hearing that potentially wanted to sign him. And I think that at this point, maybe he would rather stay where he knows that he's always going to be on top
Starts.
and is always going to be the best than go
Yeah.
to a new land where the opportunity is not crazy and then there's uncertainty. He kind of gives me that vibe, and I don't want him to go anywhere and be a second choice goalkeeper. That's the reality. Other than Maduka Okoye and and Stanley Nwabali, all our other Super Eagles goalkeepers don't play football often. Amaso Basege doesn't play that often. Adebayo Adeleye is also a second choice goalkeeper for his team, doesn't play football that often. Uzoho doesn't play football that often. So it's like I don't want that to be the case for our goalkeepers. I want our players to be playing week in, week out. So Nwabali, if we can join an Orlando Pirates, if we can join a Kaiser Chiefs, if we can join a Sundown,
That's what I'm
that
saying.
would be better. But
Yes.
the reality of it is that right now, Nwabali is not performing at a high level in the South African Premier League.
Yes.
I know that a lot of people might not like to hear it, but even the game that he played just yesterday, he made a couple of errors, considered cheap goals. Yes, he saved the penalty that kind of shines and polishes the whole performance, but he wasn't playing that well. If you look at the comments from fans of the South African Premiership on social media, they've been laughing at him. There's some South Africans are saying, I hope he plays like this when we play against Nigeria in a couple of days. So if his performance at that level is not meeting up to a standard, then does that give confidence to the big teams in Europe to take a chance on him at 27 or 28, without
No,
having a reputation? The good thing for us is that Stanley has continued to deliver for we Nigerian fans. So forget his club. We can say, okay, forget his club performances. As long as he performs when he wears the green jersey of Nigeria, we're fine with that.
yeah,
But I personally don't see him making that big move, and especially with his age, it's hard for a goalkeeper or for a player in general to be making a move to Europe for the first time at 27,
at 20 something.
at
Yeah,
28. If it was 20, 21, you will still say, okay, yes, he can take that jump now and start to establish himself. But it's
and
very,
and the truth is that traditionally, based on history,
they don't take chances on African goalkeepers. Yeah.
African goalkeepers find it difficult to, and actually, like what Chike said, based on history and traditionally, the Cameroonian goalkeepers find it easier
But
to
I mean,
get
if,
clubs,
even if
maybe
you look
because
at,
of the francophone
see,
connection.
even if you look at Onana started in Barca, so it's not as if he moved as an old guy or anything. Onana
No,
was in
and
their system already.
generally, even from the times of people like Thomas Nkono of Cameroon down to the whole Kameni, the line of Cameroonian goalkeepers, they always have better deals in Europe than Nigerian goalkeepers. The last top Nigerian goalkeepers were like Ike Shoromo for Grasshoppers of Switzerland, and if you Rufai, the late Rufai and all that.
Victor.
But yeah, and Vic Enyama was the top. You
Yes.
get me in Europe, but if you look at it, even Enyama's route was very good. He played in Enyimba. They had won the Champions League. Then he went to the Egyptian club, and then from there he went through to Europe. So, but it's very very difficult for goalkeepers in African-based goalkeepers in Europe. Very difficult because most of the European teams will take a home-based groomed goalkeeper. So it's very very hard for African. So, like I said, it has to be within. But for me, I wish that Ola Aina could change, but I don't think it is. So the likeliest person should be um Lokman. I hope Lokman will get a well settled club either in Italy or in France, and then hopefully Christensen's I think I'm happy with the Christensen's deal. I was not happy initially with Wolves, but
Yeah.
luckily he's moving out of Wolves because that's going to be relegation battle. You don't need that, like what happened to Paul Onuachu. So you just need somebody to. You need at least like what happened with Iwobi. Iwobi is in a settled club, all right, not too high, just there, but at least you're playing in and out. The world is seeing you. And Christensen, if you place in and out very well, you either move to Spain or you move up in. I don't even know what's happening with Onyeka, Onyeka
Onyeka, yeah.
Of Brentford?
of
Brentford.
Brentford.
I mean, it looks like the new Brentford coach wants him around. He's not a starter yet, but he's been playing off the bench, and he got an assist in the last game. He's been doing okay so far this season. So it looks like he's going to stay at Brentford. I don't think that he's going to move. It's an interesting thing that you just said now about, you don't want a player to join a relegation threatened club. And I always smile when people say things like that, because I mean, if we could draw up the teams that all our Nigerian players play for, they would all be in Man City, Liverpool, Barcelona, Real Madrid. We'll put them in all the biggest teams in the world. But sometimes I challenge Nigeria fans and I say, like, the reality of it is somebody has to play for these relegation threatening clubs. Even sometimes when people say, "Oh, our players are going to be on the bench," even I said it that I don't know if Uche is going to be on the bench, and I wouldn't like him to be on the bench at Palace. But somebody has to be on the bench at the end of the day. When they go to this
IoT,
club,
why we're
wait,
saying this is
I know,
standards. Standards.
I know. But I'm
We are
saying,
coming from the times of Olise,
no,
Finidi George,
I
Tijani
understand. See,
Babangida.
I
No,
understand.
they were first team. Kanu Wanko,
See,
first team. What are
see
we
what
saying?
what I'm
So
what
that
I'm
if
what
we
I'm
start
trying to
reducing
say.
our standards, our players will be going for
No.
Cyprus and all
What
these
what I'm
things
trying
that
to
don't
say
make
is that
sense.
this thing is more so a reflection of the quality of the players that we have right now. No matter what
Yeah,
our standards are, if our player is not performing at the Real Madrid level, Real Madrid is not going to sign him. If our player is not performing at the Liverpool level, Liverpool is not going to sign him or doesn't show that Liverpool potential. So I understand that we have standards. I understand that we have high expectations. I'm just saying that sometimes some of our players will have to make compromises. Look at even a Victor Boniface. Victor Boniface was a starter at Bayer Leverkusen. His level dropped. He unfortunately he got injured as well. His level dropped, and then he became a substitute player. Now that he's not even a player that is in the mix anymore. So it can happen, and I don't think that we necessarily. And I'm not saying this to you particularly, Sid, but sometimes fans, start to pick on players or start to down talk players,
yeah,
etc., when they are not starters for their clubs, not realizing that, see, at the end of the day, stuff happens, and somebody has to be the second choice option. If all our players were starters in all of their clubs, then the players that are on the benches, the fans of those players' countries too will be saying that what's going on? Why are these players? Or is a thing that as soon as a Nigerian player loses his or her place at their club, you hear Nigerian fans, he needs to leave. He needs to leave. He's on the bench now. He needs to leave. If every single player moved every single time that he lost his place, then we will never have any players in any stable situation. They need to establish themselves. They don't become starters simply because they are Nigerians. They become starters because they are that good. And
Yes.
they need to earn their shirt. That's one thing that I'm looking at the challenge of. Even a Toluwala Kodare going to a Wolves, we might be looking at Wolves and saying, "Oh, Wolves is a team that is going to struggle." They will, they will struggle. You don't have to be a psychic to predict that they will struggle. But can Arokudare actually go there and show that he is better than Strand Larsen if Strand Larsen stays? Or even
Yes.
Hwang Chan, the Korean guy that is there right now, can he go there and show that he is a better player so that he starts week in, week out ahead of either of those guys? Because if not, Arokodare is going to go there, we'll be excited for him, we'll have big expectations, and he will end up sitting on the bench. And the Nigerian fans will come and say, yeah, so they signed him to put him on the bench. Oh, yeah, he needs to leave. And then all of a sudden now it becomes a whole
yeah,
conversation. Our players need to go there and perform. I think
yeah,
I said this on live, was it the yesterday or 2 days ago, that unfortunately I think this our golden generation, a lot of them have not lived up to the expectations of what people had for them. But the good thing is that many of them are entering their prime years. Some of them are still young, and this is an opportunity for them to really show us that they deserve to be revered and to be treated like superstars.
Okay.
I'm rooting for them. I like Nigerian players. Somebody was saying, I'm a hater of Akuda and this and that. No, see, I like Nigerian players. My whole thing is that I like to be real. I like to be honest. When it's time to when it's time to big up a performance, I will big up a performance. But when it's time to have a real conversation and say, okay, where is this guy performing at? What level is he at? I'll tell you and I'll be honest with you about it. No matter how much, even if Osimhen should punch me tomorrow, I cannot come on live and tell that Osimhen is not a top striker because he is a top striker. But at the end of the day, if you want me to be real about the level that he's playing at, I will also tell you that he's not playing at a level that is good enough for the kind of player that he is.
And I
That
think he knows
that's
that.
just
I
the
think
reality.
he knows that.
I
He
mean, he
knows
knows
that.
that, but I think that Osimhen, in the world of this football, stardom, money, everything, I think Osimhen got a little bit lost in the sauce. In all honesty, I think he has. I challenge, like, I struggle to say this because I know some people will pick it now and as a soundbite, but I think Osimhen has lost a little bit of his drive to be at the highest level. Maybe because of everything that he went through at Napoli. Those kinds of things can mess with you mentally, can make
Yeah,
your
yeah.
motivation to reduce. You start to challenge that, man. Why am I even killing myself and doing all of this if they are going to treat me like this? So I feel like Osimhen kind of lost that. He lost that drive a little bit, and that also made him maybe have trust issues with clubs. That's the reason why he will tell any Premier League club that, see, I'm not going to compromise. If you're not going to pay me what you're going to pay me, then I'm not coming. In the past, maybe
Yeah.
before the whole Napoli situation, he might have been willing to take a chance and say, okay, you know what, I'll go there, I'll prove myself, and then you have to give me what I deserve. But now he'll be looking at this that, if I go there, the moment we have one disagreement, they will just throw me away and treat me anyhow. So why am I going to do the club a favor?
Yeah.
And then
But
that's why I
tell you what I want to
what he
say is
wants.
this. What I
So
want to say is that, also, it comes down to grassroots football, the kind of quality players we are getting, the plan for NFF. Now, you see, globally, most countries will say, tell their top players and say, look for a club, because if you are not playing, you are not in the national team.
Playing regularly.
And that gives some kind of pressure on players to say, no matter what, all right, like Tolu now, definitely he's going to play, even if it's some few games, he will be in the limelight. So national team, because your national team is based on the players. So we need to find a way, because thank God I like what Erishil's list did this time around. His list showed that, okay, all these players must be playing. Nobody now can come out and say, oh, why didn't you bring home-based players? We saw what Sudan did to them. So it was very, very clear
Yes.
that home base need to do some work. Everybody must do work. If you're not playing consistently in your club, whether you're in Cyprus, then you can't be in the national team.
Mm.
If somebody is playing consistently for his team, then he's ahead of you. These are the pressures that other nations put, so that the players will find clubs to play.
Mm.
So
Okay.
you have to find a way to drive it from the other end.
Let me let
So
me
that
let, let me ask you this here. Assuming a player, let's say, let's say Alex Iwobi now at
yeah,
Fulham. Assuming Iwobi was on the bench at Fulham
Hmm.
versus maybe Moses Simon starting week in, week out at Paris FC. Would you say that Moses Simon should be ahead of Alex Iwobi because one is a starter and one is on the bench?
I won't say it that way. I will look at the position Alex is playing, and if we have another player consistently playing in that position, then Alex will be dropped.
No,
You
okay,
see the
okay. Maybe Alex.
difference.
Sorry, hold on. Maybe Alex doesn't play as a forward for Nigeria. So let me rephrase that. What I was trying to
Okay.
say is, if you have a player that is playing for a good team in a high
Mm-hmm.
level like the English Premier League, but is on the bench.
Yeah.
Let's say Franco Onyeka on the bench at Brentford versus a Rafael Onyedika starting at Club Brugge. Now I know that Club Brugge are in the Champions League, so it's a little bit
Yeah, I
different.
understand.
But in reality, if Club Brugge play against Brentford, yeah, it can go either way. Would you say that, okay, because this guy is starting, forget the fact that the other guy is playing in the Premier League, forget the fact that it is tougher for him to get into his own team starting 11. Because I believe that if Onyeka was at Club Brugge, it might be a starter as well. Well, would you say that person still deserves to start? And I'm just asking to understand what you feel about it.
Yeah. Because I've looked at the way. Okay, name me the top five national teams. Just top five
in the world.
England, Spain, yes. Okay. England, Spain, maybe Brazil,
France,
Argentina.
Yeah, France.
Know that. Okay, even for Argentina, as old as Messi is, they know that this guy is in that level. He's untouchable. Don't touch him. He's a goat. Ronaldo is a goat. Yet he's in Saudi Arabian league, but he's playing. He's a goat, but he's playing. Yeah. So what I'm trying to say is that you see when they bring out their list, they don't bring out a list of people that are not playing, because the national team needs that currency of people playing. Even now, I don't expect Chel to start our captain. Our captain should just be there for motivation because he's not playing now.
Trostekong?
Yes, he's not playing. So
you mean he's not playing because his season just started? It's not like he's not a starter.
Yes, of course, and it matters. Okay. It matters because this thing has what cost us recent. There was a qualifier we played in Lagos or Abuja with South Africa. They beat us 1-0. And it's because our team, they were just coming from holidays. See, when you are playing, it means that you are match fit.
Okay.
So the captain may be there, but if it's not match fit, and the small boy Franklin or whatever that Benjamin Frederick is match fit, start him.
Sorry, you called him.
No, it's the truth. Start him.
Okay.
Benjamin Franklin is. I like what he did. You play, you come. And Benjamin Franklin must have been they have given me indication. The guy has got a loan now. He's on loan. He got a loan. I don't know whether it's loan to Germany or France. I don't know where his loan is, but Benjamin Franklin is on loan now. So that means
he's in Denda.
There's a point up. Sorry?
He's in Denda in Belgium.
Good, but he's on loan. He's going to be playing instead of sitting down in Brentford.
Okay.
So he's going to be playing. So the coach is putting an eye on him. He says, so far as you're playing, you are match fit. So that if I need you for the World Cup qualifiers, you will come and play. So I don't expect Chel to now say, oh, this guy will pull rank because I'm captain. I'll pull rank. I'm telling you, if we do that kind of thing, that last minute goal that we saw in Akwa Ibom, it will happen. You need match fit players. So what national team coaches do is you tell your players, if you know you're sitting on the bench and it's going to be long in this season, this is a World Cup year. If you can go to a club that you can play consistently, try your best to do it. Sometimes national team coaches talk with other coaches of the club and say, oh, why is my boy not playing? They say, oh, maybe one or two reasons like that. That rapport creates openings. We need our players. That's why I told you, if you are NFF, if NFF is reasoning, take your top 10, Lokman, Osimhen, Chukwueze, the spine. Like now, we know Ndidi has gone to Galatasaray or Besiktas. We know he's going to be playing. All right, at least it's a formidable league. You take your top 10, ensure that those top 10, the spine of the national team, are going to be playing football, not warming bench, playing football actively.
Okay.
Then you can sprinkle it with people that, okay, they play 30 minutes here, 45 minutes here. Because at the end of the day, want Nigerian football to rise. They may not be in the top leagues, but at least they are consistently playing football so that the national team survives. Where this World Cup 2 qualifiers is for the players must know that this is the only place that will show them the World Cup, and the nation is where they will show them
Themselves.
themselves and change clubs.
Yes.
Sorry, see,
It's where we promote them because
one sec,
Europe is not ready to look at your face.
one
If you
second.
don't perform 10 minutes, you're out. Next guy can show 2-3 goals. Look at Nicolas Jackson. Nicolas Jackson, top guy in Chelsea, a boy they brought from Ja Pedro from the bridge of Maracana. He
See,
comes to World Cup, bam, bam, bam,
see,
goals.
see. Sorry,
That's what it is.
hold on. Sorry, hold on. Let me
So
just
that's
hold on. Say sorry. Let me just quickly say thank you to Kelvin Marvel for the super chats. You know, I have to appreciate my people that are supporting the channel. Thank you very much, guys. Keep the super chats coming. Please support the channel. You know, if you are enjoying the content, if you are enjoying the conversation, leave a super chat. Thank you very much. But yes, I hear what you're saying, Sid. You know, I hear what you're saying. The Jao Pedro Jackson thing is very interesting. And you know, something that I was also wondering is, look at Nicolas Jackson now. Nicolas Jackson is on the verge of joining Bayern Munich. You know,
Yes.
we thought that the deal broke down, but it looks like Bayern Munich have agreed that okay, after the loan they will sign him permanently. So Chelsea is willing to take that compromise and let him go. My question now would be, we have, and I think Uche, I would want you to answer this first. You're welcome. But my question now would be, we have Victor Boniface that has been a baller at Bayer Leverkusen. Usually, we know that Bayern Munich, they don't stress too hard. If you ball inside that league, they will just carry you and say, "Yeah, come and join us." Why do you think that Boniface is not an exciting option for Bayern Munich when they need a striker? That they'd rather go to Chelsea and sign Nicolas Jackson. They are both African, they are both young, you know, they are both similar level players. You know, you would say Boniface goal output and Jackson's goal output is on a similar level. You know,
A
Boniface,
little bit higher.
I mean, okay, but
Boniface
yes,
is
okay.
Mm.
Why
Boniface
why do
is
you think
better.
Bayern Munich
Boni-
would rather go for
Um,
Jackson than Boniface?
I think with Boniface, it's more about the his injury history. If you compare to that of Jackson, Jackson has been consistent for the last 3 seasons.
Jackson too don't
So
injure.
yeah, but his injury is not serious. Like having two
Not ACL.
ACLs.
Yeah.
Yeah, not having ACL, having muscle injuries. Like I know Boniface had 2 muscle injuries last season, right? Adductor injury. So those are the factors or the KPIs that the Bayern will probably look at and be like, oh no, we can't have this. And again, Harry Kane is at would I say peak or twilight of his career? He's in his 30s, right? So you're expecting that at some point he's going to pick up some knocks during the season, and you need someone that is ready to be on the go. You don't want someone that you don't want the Boniface that probably will come in and pick up another injury. Then you're left without a striker on the bench. So on that thing is okay. See, my problem right now is Jackson is getting obligation to buy
Yeah.
with his loan, but Lokman is on his option to buy. They don't want to take obligation to buy.
Hmm.
Because I know that Bayern requested for him, but with an option to buy. Is it maybe because of they know they have surplus wingers?
Hmm.
They have people that can play that left wing, or but I if you take into consideration that those players playing on that same wing, he's way above in skill wise, in output.
how
In the last 2-3 seasons, he's better than Luis Diaz. He's better
no,
than
no,
Gnabry.
no. You can't say that.
Yeah, in the last 2 seasons, based
I
on
mean,
what he
Luis
had.
Diaz.
Hold on.
Lukman
Based
was a Ballon d'Or nominee. Let's not
yes,
downplay
based
that.
based on the fact that his output, what he did for the club, is like, what have you done for the club? Atlanta had not won the cover of a bottle for the years we've known them,
Mm.
and this guy single-handedly gave them 3 goals in the final. That's not a fluke. Then he kept his goals at double digit. Assist. So even with the assist, so he's a creator. He's more like a playmaker. And now you are in a team where you need someone that you know that once he comes in, he's going to bring in the output immediately. Maybe because of the AFCON, that could be another reason. But I felt like Lookman would have been a better option. Another thing is it could also be his agents, because how would an agent make a deal with just Inter Milan and not give his player option. And I know that Atletico was coming for him.
Yeah.
So I don't know whether they were straightforward with him, and at the 9 minutes, Inter Milan just pulled the plug. So it shows that it was just 50-50. They were not really interested. And his agent didn't tell him the truth. And he went ahead to just clean off his locker room. You don't do that
Yeah,
when you know that.
we can't postulate so much about these things.
Yeah, we can't postulate, but you have to
Clubs
give
look at a lot
assurance.
of clubs
You have
look
to
at a
give
lot of
assurance.
data. All right, I would beg to agree with you, okay, or disagree with you in terms of Luis Diaz and himself. They look at many metrics to do this, so it may not be even that. Also, style of play, and I'm bringing style of play for Boniface and Victor the Senegalese guy Jackson.
Okay.
Jackson is faster. It breaks pressure. The problem with Jackson is just some finishing. His finishing can be a bit problematic.
That's all.
If I'm in the Bayern room and I have to pick between Boniface and Jackson as a supporting striker for what Bayern Munich needs, they will go with Jackson. Faster. He breaks the press. But Boniface, better finisher. So what do you need in the Bayern team? You are going to have your number one there. The number one is not going. All right. So you need a player that will come, understudy, create more pressure, increase pace. And players coming from Premier League, they have pace.
Yeah.
They are faster. They are stronger. So that's one. Then the Boniface injury issue, yes, is there. Clubs look at these things. However, like I said, in AC Milan went for Nkunku ahead of Boniface. Cheaper, but both Nkunku and Boniface have history of injuries. So you can't say Nkunku has not had multiple injuries. He's had injuries too. So clubs look at different kinds of things. It may be politics, maybe different pressures. So, but I think Boniface should do all. He's in a good club. He's in one of the top clubs. He's in a club that they will look. He's in Bundesliga. He's in Leverkusen. So, yes, he may be disappointed, but he should chin up, put effort to do his work. He still has Nathan Teller there with him. Make sure that the next guy appreciates your work. But also Boniface, like what IoT said, he should also put, don't be relaxed that, oh, I've arrived. No, you have to add something to your game. You have to put something to your game. There's something in your game that, I remember when they used to say Osimhen's hold-up play is not too good. I started seeing him improve on his hold-up play. You have to improve yourself because the competition is high. There are players from South America, players from Europe. So there must be a lot. And you have to say, I'm so distinct that you need me. So I think that's what I see. I don't know that Jackson is still going to go because except Chelsea, he's under contract.
Jackson looks like he is going. It's loan with an obligation to buy. That one looks like he's going. Uche, I know you probably had some thoughts that you wanted to let us know before I ask you that question. So you have the floor. You can speak now.
For me, it's one move that actually caught me by surprise was Christian Uche going to Crystal Palace. I think it's actually a better option compared to Wolves, being that the formation that Crystal Palace plays is a 4-4-2 formation. And if you know Crisantos, he can operate from the left wing, so he can be the fourth midfielder in the 4, or you can play up top as the second striker. So I feel like that is actually a good move and a good visibility for his talent, and hopefully that works out for him. I don't think he's going to compete with Mateta. Mateta is the striker. Even in Getafe now, you see that the Liso guy is the striker. He's just the supporting striker. He's one that comes into the midfield. So I think he will play from the wings, just as Eze used to do. But is he skillful the way Eze is? Does he have technique like Eze? That's the problem. But I feel like he knows how to move with the ball, drive with the ball, and he's also a bully. So he will be able to make do. And if you notice, he actually most times if you see his moves in Getafe, sometimes he drifts to the 11th the position on the left.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it would be good for him to try that out. So
Well, I
that's
mean, just to, yeah, somebody pointed it out in the chat. They're actually playing three at the back, so they are playing more of a 3-5-2, 3-4-3 hybrid type of formation. But I don't, it's interesting. We were speaking about this earlier, and I said, while I like the move from a club point of view, Crystal Palace is a steady Eddie club. They are qualifying for Europe, trying to qualify for Europe every season. I'm happy about that. But we have to note that, again, you said he's not going to bench Jean-Philippe Mateta. I don't think he's going to bench Ismail Assar, because
no.
Ismail Assar has delivered for us.
It's so good.
So now is that spot that was left by Ebere Chieze, where they have their last game they played Daichi Kamada in that position. Now I think it really comes down to how much attacking output can Uche actually give them, because with the Daichi Kamada, you kind of know that Daichi Kamada is more of an attacking player. He can create chances, he can score goals. His stats haven't been great, to be fair, but he has that ability in him. So if Uche, in my opinion, can come and deliver goals, assists, and deliver some attacking output for them, then I think he will seal that spot. Because a flair point of view, a technicality point of view, I don't think that he's as technical or as skillful as Kamada. But at the end of the day, in football, what we're looking for is output, especially if you're a forward player. So if he can get that output, then he can lock that spot in. But Class is definitely a better club than Wolves.
And I think they got this guy, Jeremy Pino, who is also good.
Yes, they signed
Villarreal
as well.
So,
let me ask this question, and somebody just commented on it in the chat as well. So today we've seen that Fulham have completed the signing of Tyreek George from Chelsea. They've also completed medicals for Kevin from Shakhtar Donetsk. But we also hear that Samuel Chukwueze is currently undergoing his medical. So it looks like as long as everything goes well there, Chukwueze is going to join Fulham. The question is, do you think Chukwueze starts at Fulham? Considering 100%. That they are going to have Tyreek George, they're going to have Kevin, they're going to have Harry Wilson, they're going to have Adama Traore, and they're going to have Samuel Chukwueze. And they also have Alexi Obi, who can play from the left wing if need be. Does Chukwueze start at Fulham?
Yes, I feel he's going to start. I think among those players, he has better output than those players. Like, he's way above their pay grade. He has played in Europe. Those guys, what have they done lately? He has won Europa League. He has taken Villarreal to the semi-finals of the Champions League. So he has turned up for against the big teams, whether it's Bayern Munich, whether it's Real Madrid, whether it's Barcelona. So he's a big game player. So you expect that whenever he plays a game with the big boys. And he played for AC Milan, so those guys are still on the come up.
Yeah,
they're still on the come up. He has a better decision making compared to them.
Stand his ground. His style of play is a winger cutting from the right, with the left, and he's a player that will make those guys in Fulham, excited. What he can do, his footwork. Sometimes in Premier League, they want these wingers, these touch wingers, to be able to excite, create chaos.
Yes.
And if you look at the options, he's much better than Tyreek George, all right?
Definitely.
And if Tyreek is on loan, clubs will prefer to start the players that they have bought than loan players. Loan players is basically to fulfill that quota that they have signed in the loan. Okay, you have to allow him to play 15 matches and all that. All right. So I think Chukwueze will be ahead of Tyreek George.
Tyreek George is a permanent deal, it's not a loan, just FYI.
Okay, permanent deal. Okay.
It's a permanent deal.
But even with that, Chukwueze is ahead of him, experienced, experienced player and all that. So I think Adama Traore is a bodybuilder. He has pace, he has a ball. He doesn't. Even last weekend when he came on, they caged him easily.
Yeah.
So Premier League now, if you see most of the teams, their wingers, whether right or left, you need to be touching the ball. So, and you need to be really exciting. And I saw Chukwueze's few matches, and even when he played on, I think he shouldn't have a problem in terms of pace, in terms of movement. I think the league will be good. He's in a good club, and it's in a place where there are many eyes. Like I always say it, the players should come into leagues that have many eyes. Because if you do well, you can go to a Crystal Palace, you can go to, I want Nigerian players to be in the Premier League, La Liga, and Bundesliga. So I think he would if he puts his head to the ground, he has Nigerian brothers there, so it shouldn't be hard for him to acclimatize. It's in London, so I think he will do well. I think that's a good deal for Chukwueze, because I think in Milan he was getting stale, no much competition. I think Chukwueze is a player that thrives with some bit of competition.
When you
He'll
say when you
just
say
he'll just come.
competition, what do you mean?
I mean, when he sees himself that this place is not just me, I need to prove myself. Chukwueze does it, and every time he moves from club to club, that first year
He
is
steps
always
up.
remarkable.
Yeah.
He always tries to prove a point. When he moved from Villarreal, he saw it. He moved to Milan, he saw it, but then he tails off, because I don't know that he has that level of steady consistency. That's Chukwueze's problem. Just like a new coach bounce. So
And
I expect him to bounce in the league and show what he can do. I think he is one of the players I think should do well in Fulham. No dramas.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
one more thing is more like if you notice in AC Milan he had what's his name, Conceição as his coach, had Fonseca as his coach, who is Pioli as his coach. So following too many instructions sometimes can be overloading. Oh, this is the way you want me to interpret it, and he, neither mind. He also had language barrier,
of course,
learning the
Italian.
Italian language, moving from Spanish when your first language is English, it can
Okay.
also be a problem. So I feel like
Yeah.
that stifled his growth in Italy compared to when he was in
Yeah,
Villarreal, where he had to just follow single instructions, and the coaches that they brought into Villarreal had similar formation, 4-4-2 or 3-5-2. So it was easy for him to just blend in with that kind of
yeah, but
formation.
language
But
is not the problem. Language is not the problem. Sometimes, our players, sometimes they don't really know much. They just give me the ball, I'll play. Football is not just, and sometimes if you look, let's be honest to ourselves. If you look at Chukwueze, sometimes you wonder, is this guy playing to instruction? Chukwueze wants to be Robin. He wants to be Robin. His mind is, I want to play like Robin. But sometimes look at the game. What does the game need?
needs, yeah.
The game may need you. Sometimes there will be acres of space, but Chukwueze want to go into a cul-de-sac. Sometimes coaches wonder, are you
Decision making, basically decision
your
making.
decision making?
Yes.
Okay, look at the touchline players now, like Saka, Madueke.
Okay.
These are, I'm just bringing the league now in terms of Premier League now. You're going to have Estava.
It's
Sometimes Estava goes left, he goes right. You go to the other guy, Neto, goes left, goes right. You have to switch up yourself. So I think sometimes coaches wonder, is this guy following instructions? Is this guy inventive? Or he wants to play one way, one way, one way. So I think coming to a league, English speaking, you have your guys around you, and it's a league that
eyes.
likes touchline wingers. It's a league that there's no team that doesn't like those wingers cutting in,
Sorry.
Salahs. Saka. So I think he should
sorry to
try.
cut you off. Wolves have officially announced the signing of Tolu Arukudare.
Nice.
Good one, good
Congrats.
one.
That's great.
Congrats.
Official done deal.
Done
Another
deal.
Nigerian player in the English
These
Premier
are
League.
things that are making me happy. Let the Nigerian players come to the place where they will shine them. Oh my God.
So
It
this
makes me sad because Osimhen needed to be in this Premier League
Yeah.
and fire, even if it's for one of these teams, he would have fired them to somewhere,
honestly.
you know. So, but it's unfortunate, but that's what it is
Yes.
because
For me, I
there's no
do
way.
feel like okay, yeah, I do feel like Chukwueze has better decision making compared to Madueke.
Yeah,
Madueke is
please
like
let's not go there, please.
yes.
Wait, you mean non Madrid?
Yeah, not Madueke. I feel like because I'm a Chelsea
They are the
fan and
same
I
thing. They are the same thing. I don't.
Sorry,
What's the difference?
sorry guys. Let me
Both
just
of them are the same thing, same
let me
Igbo
just
boys. They just
let me
think alike. They do
guys
alike. So
hold on. Let me just give information. So Wolves have
Okay.
completed the signing of Tolu Arukudare on a 4-year deal with a further option for 1 more year.
mm,
So 6 foot 6 inches. They're excited to have him,
mm,
and they're looking forward to him. No jersey number has been given to him yet, so we're going to wait. Maybe if Strand Larsen leaves, etc. Then we know what number he's going to wear at Wolves. On signing for Wolves, Tolu Agudari said, "It feels amazing. It took a while, but I am here finally, and I'm happy to be here. I didn't need convincing. I know the history of the club and the players that have been here and how they've progressed to become better players. So hint, he's looking at Wolves as a place that he can
a
progress to
stepping
be a
stone.
better
stone.
player." He said,
Let him give us 15 goals. That's what we need.
I
15
like the
goals.
project of the club, and that is what I want for myself. I want to improve and I want to progress and help this team. I think I'll fit in pretty good. If you look at the other strikers that we have now, we are almost the same profile. So it won't be difficult for me to adapt. You can see how good Strand Larsen did last season. I am
Yeah.
just here to help the team.
Great.
And on playing in the Premier League, he says, I think I'll fit in pretty good. The Premier League is a league full of physicality, high intensity, a lot of runs, and I think I am that kind of player. I think I'm strong, I'm fast. Obviously, the first few games and weeks wouldn't be the easiest, but that is a challenge that I think I'm ready for, and I think I'll fit in pretty good. It was time already. I had my mind set here. This is where I wanted to be because I played in Germany, in France, Belgium, and I think just here was missing. And finally, I am happy to be here. I wouldn't say I'm completely match fit because I haven't played more than 30 minutes in a single game this season, but I'm going to the national team now, and hopefully, I get to play games. If it doesn't happen, I'll just try to stay fit and come back in top form for the team. I can't wait to meet the guys, to meet the coach, and start training with the team. I tried on the jersey yesterday. The three different jerseys, they felt nice, they felt amazing, they felt right. I can't wait for the first game, the first home game. If I'm starting, if I'm coming off the bench, if I'm on the bench not playing, I can't wait just to be in front of the fans. So those are the words of Tolu Arokodare as he joins Wolves.
Yeah.
What do you guys think?
He's going to play from the bench. It's very
That's
clear they've told him. They've
yes.
told him where his position is. Strand Larsen is ahead of him.
Definitely.
And but he should be able to, like what happened to this guy, what's his name? Paul Onuachu. I don't want he's a tall boy. Tolu is a very tall boy, but Premier League is not beans. It's very physical and fast. So no slowing, no, you get your chance, boom, show yourself because they will give you only 30 minutes, 45 minutes max. Because Strand will play most games
Yes.
and maybe FA Cup, Carling Cup. So Tolu should realize that there's not going to be much chance. But my problem is he's coming to national team, not match fit. So
You should not start.
Eric Chell should just look at his list and say, who are the match fit guys? Because you
Yeah.
don't have time. If
Yes.
not, a small team like Rwanda will disgrace us. I'm not joking here.
It's fact. Fact.
People that are match fit, check them out first. Look,
Yes.
you are match fit. You've played for some few games.
Yes.
That means you are sort of ready to go. Then you sprinkle with some experience. You
Yes.
know, I know some people have been giving me grief that I cannot allow this guy, Benjamin Franklin to start ahead of Ekong. But if Ekong is not match fit, don't start him. There's no this World Cup, we need to go. People are not understanding. A match fit player is and a non-match fit player is a very big difference. It's not name. You're not playing name. You're playing fitness. When you just started the league. So as much as possible, yes, Osimhen has been playing games. So Osimhen is match fit. So Osimhen will start just like that. I don't know whether Boniface he's not been invited, so that's fine.
But isn't it worrisome that like 3 of the strikers that were invited, 2 wouldn't be match fit, like Arokudare and Siri Desas, because Siri Desas is just coming back from an injury.
That's true. Yes, yes.
So that means
So
Osimhen is going to play most
wondering
matches.
why. Yeah, so I was wondering why what's his name? Why NFF didn't make the list bigger. And that was
They
like
made the
that
list
actually.
bigger.
No, it's
He made the
23.
list bigger, but he was told to reduce it to 23.
Yeah,
Yes.
but NFF is supposed to understand that cost us the Nations Cup. We didn't have
I know, but
options. If you
NFF is
notice,
feeling
we
that.
didn't have options in the final, and that cost us seriously. We
Yeah,
had,
but
and before
the
you knew it,
list,
those
the
guys
list,
blew their
the
batteries.
list Shell has brought, there's nothing wrong with the list.
No, I'm
in
not
my
saying there's
opinion.
something wrong with the list. What I'm saying is have bodies, because it cost us our Nations Cup. If you notice that Nations Cup final, we were crying for options at the right back and at the left back. We didn't have good
I know, but
options. And
let's be realistic. Let's be realistic, okay? Shell's formation 4-2-3-1, 4-2-3-1 formation, okay? You just so we have one attacker at the end of the day. Osimhen is on form. He'll play. He'll play most of the 90 minutes. So if you want somebody like Tulu to come in last 10 minutes, you should be able to do that. All right. So and then you have, I don't know how long Chukwueze has been playing. I believe
he's been playing
Ademola has been
long.
playing. So
No,
the
Ademola has
supporting
not been playing.
Because of his transfer, exactly.
yeah, because of transfer.
That's
But
right.
who else? I don't know, he invited Teller. So if Teller is in,
Yeah,
No, Tella is not there.
Salah is not there.
Tella is not there.
Oh,
Tella is
I
not
don't know
there.
the I don't know the group of
And Tella is like a better option, because if you notice, his formation is of late, especially when he's playing against big teams, he plays 4-4-2, a diamond formation. So Tella would have been a better option, because right now,
yeah. But if you look at
Lokman
the defense, the only
is
person that is
hurt.
not playing is Ekong. But he brought in Awazim. Awazim is in.
Yeah, Awazim has been good.
So Basi has been playing. Iwobi has been playing. The Turkish boys, Ndidi has been playing.
Yes.
So you don't have
Fisayo has been playing.
Fisayo has been playing. So majority, what I'm driving at the end is that majority of the starting team have to be match fit. Because what has been happening is that whenever the season starts and we have Nations Cup qualifying games or we have World Cup qualifying games, we lose that match because the coaches will just play based on name.
based on name.
Without playing based on match fitness. Look at what Tuchel for England did.
Yes.
Thomas Tuchel. Look at his list. He don't look at anybody's face.
True.
If you are not playing, you are not on the list. It's not, Kopama injured, relax.
Yes.
They're not playing names.
Yes.
Because he's preparing his team. So you get your match fit players to play, at least they are strong enough to run.
Yes.
Onyeka's, I don't know, Onyedika has been playing. Some leagues have not really started. So if Onyedika has been playing, Onyedika starts. So these are the things Chelsea should not compromise on, at least to give us a chance to qualify. Especially when we go to South Africa, those guys will be on serious, readiness. They want to win us.
Yes.
Because they know that they have CAF to reduce 3 points from them. They have everything to play. So we need fit players to be on that pitch. That's
Their
what I'm
league,
saying.
their league has started in South Africa.
Their league has started, so it's not like they're playing games.
Yes.
So if a player has not played matches like Tolu, I
Yes.
don't think he should just come in maybe 10 minutes, 5 minutes to end the game, to close out a game or close out a win, something like that.
Mm.
But it's
So,
good that he has got
so,
a good.
so guys, let's set some expectations. When I spoke previously, when Tolu was apparently linked to Bayern Munich, and I said, oh, I didn't think that he was Bayern Munich level. Till today, some people still call me a hater. Some people said, oh, I'm bad belay, I'm this, I'm that. So let me ask you guys now, what kind of expectations in terms of goal output? Obviously he's not playing for us, he's playing for himself and for his club. But as Nigerian fans, let's each say how many goals do we need Tolu Kodare to score, or goals and assists, let's say goal contributions, for us to say he had a good first season at Wolves. What number are we looking at?
Okay, I'll start. I'll say, considering the fact that maybe Strand might be starting, I'll say 10. 10 will be fair.
10 goals or 10 goals plus assists?
I'll say 10 goals. Then GA, if we can play for 15 over this season, will not be bad. But I'll say for him, for his caliber, but even if he's coming as a sub, he should target for 10. That'll just be my, realistic target.
What do you think, Uche?
For me, I feel 13 goals, then 3 goals, assists. Sorry, three assists. So that's about 16 goal and assists. Yes.
Sid, what do you think? What number are we looking at?
I think I'll go with 10 goal and 13 GA. But realistically, I think if he gets 8 goals, I'm fine. League is tough. Premier League is a different gravy. Not every even Romelu Lukaku suffered in the league. It's a very tough league.
Jackson got 15 goals in his
Jackson. If Jackson scored all the goals that he's supposed to score,
no.
Chances, be like 20 goals.
No, I'm being fair to him. We're trying to. It came from
being fair to Tolu. That's why I say 8 realistically.
Okay.
He's in Wolves, for crying out loud. Wolves is struggling to create chances.
Yes, okay.
All right. Wolves is going to struggle this season. They struggled last season, but they got out of relegation. So let's understand that the league we are talking about, the top 5 in the Premier League, look at what they have spent. They are not playing. The top 5, Liverpool, look at what Liverpool is doing tonight. Basically buying the whole league. All right. Look at Man City. How many players are bought? Look at Arsenal is completely loaded, front and back, everywhere. Chelsea. So the top 4, they are not playing. So, and the middle ground guys are also doing some work. So for me, if Tolu can give 8 goals and maybe up to 13 GA, I think he has done well. Then he can build on that.
I will say,
remember, he will not be starting many matches.
Yeah,
that's true.
So I will say this. Strand Larsen last season as the number 1 striker for Wolves, he got 14 goals and 5 assists, and I think we all think that Strand Larsen had a good first season. So Tolu coming into that same Wolves team, obviously they lost Cunha, who was a key part of their squad. But considering the fact that I think Tolu, with Strand Larsen still there as of now, Tolu is probably going to be on the bench. So I'm going to look at 10 goal contributions. Honestly, is where I'll set the mark. Maybe, or no, I'll say 10 goals and 15 goal contributions. Let me put it that way. I'm also looking at maybe a player like Taiwo Awoniyi. When Awoniyi joined Nottingham Forest in their first season, Nottingham Forest was similar to Wolves. Relegation battle, struggle for goals, struggle for opportunities. Taiwo scored 11 goals in that season.
But so, Taiwo was coming from a competitive league.
I mean, he was coming from a competitive league, but Tolu is also coming with a
Same
reputation
thing, same thing.
of 20 plus goals in the league that he's coming from.
Okay.
So, regardless of it, I would say Tolu should give us 10 goals, 15 contributions in goals plus assists in all competitions, not even just in the English Premier League, in all competitions. I don't know if they are still in the Carabao Cup. I don't know how the.
Yes, yeah, I think
Yes,
they won
they
their game.
1-3-2 or so.
Oh
Yeah.
yes, they beat West
3-2.
Ham. Yes,
One
so they are
three
still in the
two.
Yeah.
Carabao Cup. The FA Cup will come up in January as well. The English Premier League is always there. Let's see if he can give us 10 goals, 5 assists. That would be a fine first season for him. And if
Yeah,
he
yeah.
can get that number, whatever happens to Wolves, whether they stay up or they go down, I think he might have potential. The only thing is that he has signed a 4-year deal. So if they get relegated, they might not necessarily want to let him go unless somebody brings in. I'm not sure what the transfer fee is. I think it's 20
No,
million or so.
but it
Right?
depends on the clause. Sometimes they put a clause
A
that
relegation
if
clause.
there's
Yes,
relegation,
yeah,
then
it
he
might be
can
there.
move. Depends on what he puts in the
But we have to
clause.
wait and see. I'm happy for him, and I think this is a good fit for him. I'm
Yeah,
happy
yeah,
that
it's good.
English Premier League, we're going to see more of him. We're going to watch him closer, week in, week out. So we'll be watching him play. Once they come back from the international break, now their first match is against Newcastle. So it's going to be a very exciting time for him. I wish him all the best, man. I like this move for him, and it's an opportunity, just like he said himself in his opening statement about joining the club. He sees it as a stepping stone, and if he does well here, more opportunities will surely come for him.
Yeah, and because look, Larson almost left, and I think they were looking at him because they didn't know whether Newcastle will put pressure to take Larson, all right, Strand, but they were able to keep him because I think Wisa is going there. So
Yeah,
coming into the league now, we really do him great good. Um, Playing for your national team also, which must be an addition to him.
mm,
All right, so that's why these guys need to go to the World Cup so that it gives them more latitude, more bargaining chip. So it's good for him, good for the Eagles that they at least we can see one of our players, you know,
mm. I want
trading
to
his stuff there.
I want to quickly respond to this comment because I think Larry, you might be misunderstanding or not hearing me. He said, "Are you being consistent?" Because Onuachu only scored 4 goals. That was in year two. Yes, Onuachu only scored 4 goals, but nobody also came here and told you that Onuachu had a very good season for Southampton. We said the number that he would score for us to say he has had a good season. So if he scores only four
Yeah,
goals, we're not going to come here and tell you, "Oh, what a first season for Arukudari." Like,
yeah, yeah,
so what I'm saying is 10 goals, 5 assists, I think would mark a good first season for him. Obviously, it depends on how much he plays, depends on a bunch of other factors. But I'm assuming, knock on wood, I'm assuming he stays fit the entire season. I'm assuming he gets his opportunities, fair share of opportunities in all competition. I think 10 goals and 5 assists is not a crazy number for us to ask from a striker that is playing for our national team.
yeah, definitely.
Yeah. I mean
Because as it stands now, he's the third striker in the pecking order of the Eagles. All right, he's climbed to number 3 or number 2 actually, because you have Osimhen, I don't know, Siri Desas, you have Tulu. Boniface is completely number 4, and it's unfortunately, I don't know why Boniface has not clicked yet, but the pecking order of the Eagles,
yeah.
you know. So the more he climbs, he gets there.
But for looking at the Super Eagles, I feel like is it's still like should I say the level of talent is just similar to the 2013 set, similar to the 2013 set where we didn't have, like, it was just Mikel, uh was Moses that were in the big league. They were in Chelsea. Aside from that, most of the other players were in Russia. What's
No,
his
I
name?
don't think so.
Brandy was in Dynamo Kiev at that time. There
I
was
think
no
this
other big
this
player.
this this squad has better prospects. If you look at it, they have better prospects.
No, I think
We,
he's talking about top league, top clubs like A-list
Yeah,
clubs.
top class.
That's what he
yeah,
means.
the only person in top club then was Mikel.
Mikel,
Mikel
yes.
and
Take
Moses.
Mikel out, everybody was in average
Mikel
scoring.
and Moses, yeah, Victor Moses.
Yeah, Mikel and Victor
I
Moses.
don't know.
Now that's all. But this team has a bit more. I mean, um, this I feel this team has a bit more. The defense in general. Nottingham Forest. You
Yes.
have
Fulham.
Basi.
Right.
You have Onyeka. You had this guy in AC Milan before now. He's coming to Fulham. You had Osimhen, who was in Napoli. So if you look at, you had Atlanta guy, Lokman. So
Yeah.
I think you had more players in top league
Top five
than the
leagues, yeah.
previous, and then you had a lot of home base then in the 2012, right? You had
Obabuna.
some home base players that
Wow.
came in, but I don't really bother about it. Just that from what we have seen, our home base level
Hey,
is not it's not up to what we thought. And it's good that we had to see them, because there has been this thing as if, why are we trusting the Init boys? Why are we trusting the foreign based players? But the truth is that the foreign based player education, football education, is much,
experience.
much better. Yes, much better.
Yeah.
So we cannot do that. We have Maduka Okoye, who is in German league. All right, so I
No,
think we
it's
have
in Udinese. It's
yeah,
in
we have
Italian
a
Serie
few,
A.
yeah, it's in Italian Serie A now. So we have a few good quality base players in
Uh,
this league. And but they need to win something. That's the most important thing. Osimhen
Very,
needs
very
to win the
important.
Nations Cup. Yeah,
Yes.
he has
oh,
got to that place where he needs to he needs to win it. He needs to bring it home. If not,
I
we
think
will not even reckon with you again.
what would you say about what's his name, Ehizebo from Udinese? Why is it that he has not been called?
I
Like
really,
he's a
I really don't know what exactly the situation with his boy is.
His position, his position.
No, but it's not about his position.
oh
He's a better
he's,
defender than Brighter
he's a
Saisamo.
better defender. Yeah.
So I really don't know what it is. Maybe he had issues with the FA. Maybe he doesn't want to play anymore. I really cannot tell. Yeah, I think he's a good defender. I think he's definitely our second best right back option. If we're just looking at the general pool of players, it's not better than I know, but better than Bright. I really don't know. That one is a question for the NFF or for him.
I think maybe the coach, Eric, has not seen a lot of him, or they have not given him a dossier for him. Maybe that's why he has not
But
invited
the
him.
league Serie A is on.
Yeah.
You can
It's,
easily
it's,
see
it's-
Serie A. It's visible.
I know.
So and
What
he
I'm saying is that, you see, the way national team is not the way we think. All right.
yeah.
So they have core players. Every time you have a core group of players.
mhm.
So except you want to do a complete rebuild, to rebuild a national team is very difficult. It's not as easy as in a club side. All right, you buy the players, you try and navigate. But a national team rebuild, you don't just scrap everything. Like what happened to us at the 2002 World Cup. We scrapped all our players and carried a bunch of rookies, and then we got damaged there. So we
Yeah.
need to build.
Mhm.
So you have a core group of players, and sometimes, whether we like it or not, they have their favorites, and they will be in the ear of the coach. So it
Yes.
takes time. Gradually, the coach will now start introducing new players. Like now, we have introduced a new boy from Germany. What's his name? At right back. Is it like left
The
back?
the reason the reason the reason
He'll-
why
Yeah. The
okay, the
what's his
reason
name?
why I think Argo, also Felix Argo.
Yeah, Felix Agu. So
Yeah.
we'll introduce all those players, and then finally we can say, okay, let's try Oside Samuel and the other guy,
No,
Ehizobu,
the
and
reason
see
why
if
I'm
we can.
saying Ehizibo has played for Nigeria before, so and he's been part of that clique before, and
Oh
you
no, he
can
was a
use him
French
as
player.
yeah, but now he's established. He plays as a right back. He can also play as a wing back, whether it's the left or the right wing back. So he gives like dynamism to the team. So if you have that kind of player in the team, you know that okay, in case someone picks knock on the left hand side, you can easily fix him there, or you can move I not there, and he will be able to hold his own
What
on
league
the
is he
right.
playing in?
He's playing in Italian Serie A, Udinese, and
Okay.
he played last night. He played last night against Ita, and he played well. So he's
Good.
giving out
And
output.
don't think that the coach is not seeing him. All right, but like I said, to make wholesale changes can be very difficult in a national team. You make the
Yeah,
changes
that's true.
gradually, because if you make wholesale changes, it upsets the rhythm of the team, and the politics of the team may even drive the coach out. The politics that will happen in that team, the coach will just lose 2 3 matches, is out. So a Nigerian team can do that to you. So I think the coach is gradually introducing, because bringing Felix Ago, is the coach is seeing something. I need something different here. I bring in him. I'm not going to make wholesale. He will look at his right back. If he needs somebody, if he feels I need a different kind of right back, I'll introduce. Like now, if you notice, he's trying to revamp our central mid defense. He
Yes.
knows our central defense is old. So
Yes.
I need to start introducing a new central defense. He's bringing Ugo. Basi is already there as a mainstay, but he needs somebody that will partner with him to
That's
replace the
fast.
aging legs of Shemi Ajayi and the rest. So
Yeah.
if you make wholesale change, it can create a lot of pressure on the team.
Okay, guys.
So that's what I feel.
First, hold on 1 second. I want to quickly take some comments. So I can see somebody here is disagreeing on the Arokodare goal tally that we've set. Bride says 10 goals is too much if he's a bench player in the English Premier League. So that's what Bright is saying. Larry says the numbers you guys are projecting are kind of too high for year one in the Premier League coming from Belgium. Go look at people that have made the transfer. I mean, typically the Premier League clubs would not sign a striker from Belgium unless it's a very young striker. So it's hard to really compare. If I think of strikers that have come from Belgium, I can't think of many. I know Romelu Lukaku, but in Lukaku's first season, he barely played at Chelsea. His next season, he went to West Brom. He scored a lot of goals. But that's what Larry is saying. But Larry, I guess instead of just disagreeing with us, I would like to hear your own numbers. What do you think would mark a good season? Um, I saw someone said me, I set 5 goals. No high expectations, no high disappointment. That's one way to look at it, but I also think that we shouldn't set our standards low because we're scared of disappointment. You aim for the what they say, you aim for the stars, even if you don't reach there, you land. I mean, you aim for the sun or something, you land among the stars. So I don't think that
Yeah.
because you don't want to be let down. And again, nobody is saying that if he doesn't hit that tally, we're going to come and say,
That
oh,
he
he
had
flopped,
not tried.
or that's not
Exactly.
what we're saying. But we're just saying that that
Yes.
is a benchmark for, I'm sure even he as a professional, like, as a player that has high ambition, I'm sure he would
Mhm.
have a mark in his head that he feels like, okay, at least if I do this, nobody can doubt me. Nobody can say I didn't do well. That's kind of what I'm
Yes.
looking at. A number that nobody will be able to say he didn't do well. If he scores 5 goals, some people might say he tried. Some people might say I beg, waiting the 5 goals. But if he scores 10, if he gets you 5 assists, nobody will be able to come and tell you, oh, he was bad, oh, he flopped, oh, he didn't do well. So
Considering he was highest goal scorer from Belgium
yeah,
as well.
considering that,
That's
so for me,
that's
I'm not. I understand that the Belgian Pro League is not the highest division, is not the biggest level of competition,
Yeah.
but at the same time,
definitely
I think that you need to set a high bar for yourself,
Yeah,
and
you
you need
set
to
a high
you need to
bar.
you
If
need
you
to aim
get
to
close
do it.
to it, it's nice.
Those that have done it, they
nice.
don't have two heads, so Yusuf can come and do it.
Uh, it seems Jackson's move is
There's
confirmed now. Jackson's move is
man.
Where is he going
There's
to?
this guy.
No, Jackson is going to
Bayern.
Bayern Munich.
Jackson goes to
There's
Bayern.
The guy has got his because when they brought in this boy back,
Q,
McGill,
yeah, yes,
so I believe you see the pressure
yes,
on Chelsea management was like this thing is not too good for him. But the truth is that at least if he has put obligation to buy, then it's
yes.
better for him,
Obligation,
because
yeah.
it's
Five,
obligation.
5 year,
Bayern will not buy.
yeah, 5 year deal. So the
Oh,
obligation.
that's good.
there's
That's good
this
for him.
there's this guy that Newcastle got. He's also the
We saw
same similar height.
Visa.
Similar height
Visa.
with not Visa.
You mean
not
Visa? You mean Votomade?
Yes,
From
Votomade.
Yeah,
yeah,
he's from
Votomade, yeah.
from
Yeah, so
From
Strasbourg.
Stuttgart.
if
No,
from
they're from
Stuttgart,
Stuttgart.
For
Yeah.
Stuttgart.
if you see his ball work, like his feet work, is like
Yes.
you
No, the
you wouldn't
Germans.
expect it from a
Forget
lanky
that
player.
thing. Don't worry. Premier League swallows German strikers. Don't worry about. You will see what will happen. The guy, I watched him last week. I watched him. I wanted to watch this guy because he was also marked for Chelsea during this whole thing. I saw that. Look, he's counting his leg before he takes a shot. In
There's no
Premier
space.
League, the
Premier League don't have
defenders
that
don't
chance.
give you that time. They don't have that time to waste with you. Don't you
Look
see?
at Florian Wirtz. Look at Florian
Look at
Wirtz.
Vets. Look at
Yeah.
Ekitike. All right. Ekitike is trying. He's doing his best. But now he's seeing that jungle is maturing. As fitness increases, jungle is maturing.
Yeah.
Those defenders in Premier League. Ask Joseph Yobo. Joseph Yobo was like when he came to Premier League. Before you know, and Everton plays those top up balls, all those Sunderland kind of football, Burnley football.
Stoke City.
No chance. As soon as you are trapping it, somebody's on you. So in Premier League, that's why I want the Nigerian players to come there so that the speed. If you notice in the last Nations Cup, when we introduced this guy, the tank Onyeka into our midfield. Oh my God. The guy was standing in that midfield. There was no Didi, but he was a tank. He has energy to burn. Even when people were criticizing what's his name? Iwobi was playing football. Because Iwobi has energy. We are coming from a Premier League. It's very high intensity. Most leagues are not like that. So I want Nigerian players to mostly, especially the core, be in the top leagues, please. Try your best, be in the top league. So good one for that Watameda. I don't think he's good. He's good. He has good footwork, but he would adapt. He will need to adapt. The person is coming to replace Isaac. Different person. It's a different kettle of fish.
Yeah.
I mean, even
yeah. Somebody's asking, what about Haaland?
Yeah,
Haaland, go and check his numbers. Check Haaland's numbers from when he started. Very consistent goal scorer. You can't, this is his metrics. You check Haaland's goal scoring prowess, and he entered the Premier League and he maintained it. But it's also tough for him. But he has maintained it because he's in a good team. They give him chances and he buries it. But Haaland has adapted so much because the Haaland of Dortmund is different from the Haaland now. He has adapted to the league. He's a bit faster because he knows that nobody gives him chance. Look at last week. He had only one. He scored only one. They marked him out. So the league is not as straightforward. It's easier for flying players now.
I think Haaland is blessed with, physically, his body, his height, his
yes, and he had a good passer of the ball behind him. This guy, De Bruyne, Kevin De Bruyne.
Yes.
Those once De Bruyne gets the ball, he moves. But if you notice now, he's struggling because the people behind him don't understand that as soon as they get the ball, he has moved. You need to push it.
Mamush, exactly, and it will take a while for them to get that. Get to them. But it will be interesting to see. So for the Super Eagles now, we are looking at what's your opinion about? I mean, it will be interesting to. No one is talking about like for example, the other goalkeeper, the one in that was the other goalkeeper, like in terms of an injury. So we're just looking at. We know that Wabali will start.
Amas
But
or Masoge or something. I think
yeah.
that's a home-based goalkeeper.
Oh,
And then you
he
have
plays in Tanzania. He plays in Tanzania.
Tanzanian goalkeeper.
Yeah.
Then you have another guy, wanna be
Plays in Cyprus.
what's his name?
Onana.
Onana.
Onan,
Yes, the Nigerian Onana.
Adele, yeah.
Adele.
He plays in
So
Cyprus.
I mean, I've watched Adele, but I don't know his consistency.
yeah.
Usually, I don't like goalkeepers that are not too tall because
Okay.
African football,
Yeah, you have to be
corner
tall,
kicks, different kinds of
especially
things.
set pieces. Yeah.
But let's
That's the
not,
thing.
let's not jeopardize our team. We need Wabala to be okay for the 2 matches. Just be
2
okay.
matches, yeah.
We don't want any dramas because
The
any
next
change
level.
of goalkeeper will be affecting the team. The
Yeah.
defense will find it jittery. We don't, because I don't know whether he will start with our captain. I don't know our captain will start, and if you don't have a very you know confirmed defense,
Yeah.
it will be hard.
Must game. Really hard.
So
So
I believe
what are
if Ekong is not playing, then that means Ndidi is going to play.
So what
Because
of those that are pushing for including a home-based player? What do you think about those?
No. Which home base, man? Tell us. You have to give us home base. The man has tried the home base.
Yes.
There's proof of work. The man has tried home base. Okay, right back. The last US Cup or something we played in the friendly,
4-0.
we tried a home base player in right back. We saw the problem. Benjamin Frank have to be delivering that boy. We are in
against
problems
Jamaica. Yeah.
against Jamaica. The 2 goals, all the goals came from that wing, home base player. I was expecting Papa Daniel to be the home base player because there was too much rave about Papa Daniel.
Yeah.
I say, okay, let me watch Papa Daniel.
Yes.
Who will
He
he
doesn't know how
replace?
to turn. He doesn't know
Is
how
it
to turn.
Christansus? Will he
Doesn't know how to
replace
watch his
where?
back.
So look, we want to give home base. A coach gave you opportunity. Okay, the coach actually took you to Chan and said, okay, let me watch this home base in training to see whether I can pick 1 or 2. He only picked the goalkeeper. He only picked the under 20 goalkeeper, but he dropped him finally. Harcourt. That's the only goalkeeper he picked. So that means the coach is looking at it and saying they are not going to be able to make my top 23, and we can't blame him. There's no argument.
I feel what needs to be done is, okay, like, let's see if Remo Stars, Rivers United can get to the semi-final of the CAF Champions League, or the knockout phase of the CAF Champions League, the quarterfinals, the semi-finals of the Champions League, because that's how we were able to get Eyama, Obina Waneri, is he Apam, Dila Yenuba, all those guys. That's how they were able to come into the Super Eagles that time, and they got exported. Apam went to
let me shock
France.
you. Let me shock you. Nigeria, as it stands now, the last time we produced players that have gone into the national team is after Osimhen's under 20, under 17. And that's how we graduate our players. Now, if you look at the past under 17s, we have not even passed African level, which is a problem. So now we have been getting our funnel of players from European-born players.
And sometimes from the academies.
The Init boys and all that. That's where we have been helping the thing, which is maxing our problem, that actually our league is tanking. Actually, our homegrown talent, especially under 17, under 20, is tanking. So Nigeria is actually just being covered up. If you look at even the Falcons, look at majority of the girls. There are girls that are born overseas, their training is different. Luckily, they are ready to play for Nigeria. So moving forward, if the NFL is serious, build your under 17 well. But I think any right thinking coach that wants to win will look at it and say, you know what, let me go and source for real talent overseas that are already
Okay.
born there, that are willing to
Yes.
play for their national team. And
Yes.
that's where I see Nigeria's future Super Eagles coming from. Because
Oh,
currently now we have missed almost 4 5 years of under 17s that have never graduated to the
Like a
next.
wow.
decade, a decade,
Yes,
a
since the
decade. Because
Osimhen and Chukwueze years,
if you know,
that's it.
Yes.
So
if
this
if you notice,
and football is not magic. You build
Yes.
your teams
Integrate. Yes. You're
and you will
integrate.
see it. And that's why if you notice the francophone speaking African countries,
Yes.
French speaking African countries have good system. Morocco has good system,
Very
and they are
good.
funneling both sides. The foreign based born
yeah, home base,
and then the home group. So if you look
home
at the
talent.
Moroccan league, the Egyptian league, there's a lot of rise. So they add the foreign base, and I tell you, if not for our foreign base, we won't have a national team that is
Honestly.
competitive. And the
Eh,
Chan has exposed it in very mighty ways that a Sudanese team could beat us 4-0. When last did we hear that kind of thing? We couldn't cross the
That
group
yeah,
stage.
but
that
if you
should
check the
be
Sudan,
a lesson.
if you check the
Yes.
Sudanese league, or should I say where they are playing right now, like Americ, I've forgotten some other clubs that in Sudan. They've been doing well. They've been consistent. So the last time, if you check Simon Moses or Moses Simon, he played the under 20 2013. Osimhen played under 17 2015. Chukwueze, um,
Yeah.
Iheanacho
Same.
2013,
Yeah. That's it.
Awoniyi 2017,
13. No,
Ejuke
2013.
Ejuke
Same
2013.
with
Ejuke was part of Ejuke, Boniface was part, and Arokodare were part of that same set of 2015. Though they didn't get called up to under 17 2015. So you can see that particular set, they had a lot of talent, and
yeah.
10 years down the line, we are seeing them come up. But since then, we've not seen like
That's
a
why I'm
talent.
happy for everybody will say, why am I saying this? But that's why I'm happy for Benjamin. He's the only person in his set that has not entered the national team. And now Harcourt, the boy Harcourt is on the 20 goalkeeper.
Yes.
Um, and that means the coach has seen it. So I like what Shell is doing. He's looking for the home base. But if he cannot find the home base, you can't force him because he's
Yes.
not seeing the right talent to meet what he needs. And I
Standard.
think
Yes.
I like the way he did it in such a way that now Nigerians cannot complain that he did not try his best. What is our best did not cut it. So let's forget this. There are a lot of players now in Europe and all that we can now get our national team from. Until NFF wakes up to know that our under 17, we need to produce real talent that is abundant in Nigeria so that they will grow.
I see I noticed what's his name. I don't know whether he's been playing Akin Samiro. What's the name of this other guy? This guy that plays for Zute Wagreb.
Tochukwunadi.
Tochukwueze. Yeah, those are the like, okay, give them like,
I'm looking
let's
for
say 4 years,
Daga.
5 years.
Where is Daga?
No, Daga is
Where
in
is
mold.
Daga?
He's
That
in
Daga
boy
is
is
mold.
a
in
He's
good
in
Moda.
mold.
player.
He even scored
He's in
yesterday
Moda.
also.
Yeah, he's doing well. So that set actually is producing something like maybe a light at the end of the tunnel.
See,
Hopefully, in the
That
next
Daga
I
five
should
think
years,
have
we'll
I
see
moved
them.
I,
to
I think
Belgium League.
one thing
Belgium
that we
League.
need to understand is that they didn't have any special talent, quote unquote, like the
Yeah,
Osimhen or like the Iheanacho. but they have a bunch of good players who are gradually coming into their own. Everybody's development is different.
Takes time.
So somebody like Daga now, he joined Molda. He's been in and out of the starting 11. Yesterday, he came off the bench, he scored a goal. Does that mean he will start the next game? Not particularly, but he needs to find his feet. And when he gets there, he can develop into a proper player. Tochiko Nadi that Uche just mentioned. When Enadi joined Zoltawara game last year, he was on the bench when they were in the second division. Now they got promoted to the first division. He's starting every game. He's a key player for them in their midfield. So it looks like he's coming into his own. So development takes time sometimes, but players are growing, and there would always be, when that's why I had this conversation with Smidlai, and I said I don't necessarily think that our national team is just going to be foreign based, because there would always be those home based players or homegrown players who will just find their way here and there and just come into the team, and they will develop a little bit and then they will become better players. I think that they will always be there. Will the home based players be a significant part? Yes, they already are. However, the foreign based players, they already are foreign born as well. They're already a significant part, but there would always be one boy from Surulere that will just find his way, one boy from Iweri that will find his way, one boy from Kaduna. There will always be those people.
Yeah,
before,
IoT.
before we go on, I want to just appeal to everybody that is watching. Please, please, please like the stream. We're
Please like the stream, guys. Like the stream.
less than 30% of people that are watching have liked the stream, guys, which is not fair, which is not good. It only takes you 1 second, 1 second to just hit the like button. It does a world of good for us. Please like the stream. Thank you very much. And if you want to support
IoT, what I want to say with what you said is,
hold on, Sid, let me finish. If you want to support the channel, if you want to support our efforts, if you're enjoying the content and you have the means, please, please, please support with a super chat. It helps to keep the channel going, helps us to keep creating content, and it helps us to feel good as well. So please support the stream, leave a super chat, and if you're on YouTube, you can also become a member of the channel. Thank you very much. Sid, before you go, let me just quickly look at some comments quickly. Somebody here is saying Moses, who plays for Czech in the Czech league, is very good. David Moses plays for Slavia Prague. He's actually having a breakout year for Slavia Prague in the Czech First League. So that's an interesting call. Is one player to watch. He's a midfielder. Right now, can he get into the national team? No, he cannot. But he's a young midfielder. He started doing well for Slavia Prague, and it's interesting to keep watching. His teammate Igor Bu is already part of the national team, even though he was dropped from the final list for this squad. But who knows? It can be there in the future. But yeah, Sid, you have something to say?
Yeah, what I want, you mentioned that maybe one boy from Syria will somehow make the team. Now that somehow is where I have a problem. There must be intentionality to say, how will a boy from Surrey or the backwaters of Port Harcourt walk into the national team? So that's where we need to start even talking about our school program, our school sports, and all that, where talents were picked quickly. I mean, the Osimhen of today, we have heard his story, how he had to come and Amunike saw him, picked him. That was how we saw an Osimhen that is now the top 9 in Nigeria. We are looking for more Osimhens, and they are out there. So, but the national team handlers must know that, okay, we know we have foreign-born players. We know we have foreign-based players. There's a pool, unlimited pool. But we also want our home-based players to have a route to this national team. So let us make sure that the programs that can give them a route is cleared up, and there's no this favoritism or quota system. What has happened in our under 20 is a quota system. The last time I looked at the under 20 list, I said, they won't go anywhere. I've looked at all the because there's so much quota system in the whole system. So you need to remove all those rubbish and real get core talent. There are people that are very good under 17 coaches. Let them go and get core talent from us. Forget all this bribery that goes on in the system. You will notice Nigeria will now produce the talents of Kanu core of this world. Amunike.
We can't get
there's so much. So and those talents are dropping off without us even getting mopping it up. So we are now depending on the guys from the UK and all that. Yeah, they are good. Their schooling, their education is good, but there's something
The
that
technicality
sometimes
is
they
not,
miss.
it's not advanced.
You
Like
know,
imagine
it's
the Kanu's technicality,
it's not even tech. I'm not
Amoeke's
even talking about tech. I'm talking about there's a fighting spirit that
Yes.
you come out with. You see, there's something that happened with the Falcons after the first half.
Yes.
hmm, they came out. I looked at one person's face, the captain. All
Yes.
right,
Rashidat.
Rashidat. This girl be selling pepper. Yeah.
The
She came
hunger.
out with that. I saw her face. I said she's going to
The
fight here.
hunger.
She's coming here to
Yes, now.
fight. You
Yes.
get me?
That is what you
So
hunger.
there's what a Nigerian player that is born in Nigeria has. You see, Osimhen's hustling. That Osimhen hustling that he hustles. That thing is not
Yes.
because he has suffered. He's coming
Yes.
from the streets, and he knows that
Yes.
this game I will fight. That's why he was so angry when we had that, last minute equalizer by Zimbabwe. He almost wanted to kill because he plays like he's playing on the streets,
Yes.
and you need that in your national team.
Yes.
You need that thing
Yes.
that Niger spirit is necessary for the national. Is part
Sorry,
of our DNA as a national team.
yeah,
So we
sorry.
need
I,
that.
I want to quickly respond to these comments because I disagree. Felix says the guys from the UK will not give it a fighting spirit or zeal to give it off for Nigeria compared to homegrown players. I think this notion has been debunked
No,
severally.
no, no, no. It's wrong.
You can see commitment from players regardless of where they are
Yeah, yeah,
born. They
yeah.
are Nigerian players. Zeal, spirit is not by where you are born. I don't want to start mentioning names, but there are Nigerian born players that some people say they don't work hard enough, they don't try. And would you ever doubt the commitment of an Ekong or the commitment of a Basi or of
Iwobi.
an Aino or an
No,
Alex
I don't
Iwobi?
support that. The
So
players that they play patriotically.
let's not make divisive comments like that. As long as you are Nigerian, you are worthy of playing for the national team, and your level of
Definitely.
commitment is not based on where you are born. It is based on who you are and just the efforts that you give us as a person. It's very interesting because sometimes the foreign born people, not footballers in general, but foreign born sometimes are even the ones that are more passionate about the country because they look at the country from an outside perspective, whereas those that are in the country where they suffer, they don't have the same level of passion and zeal for the country because they are in it, but somebody from the outside. So please, Felix, if that's an opinion that you had, let's remove that opinion from your brain. It's not true.
A typical example is even Ademola Lokman, the current African Footballer of the Year. Like you can see his struggle, what he did, and what he has achieved in
Yeah,
this short time. So it's more like you have to respect their hustle too. They're not just in the game to come and catch crews or just so I played for Nigeria. They actually put in their own 2 cents in the game. One thing I feel NFL should do is like this current crop of players that are springing up, like the Moses you mentioned, um, Eletu in AC Milan, what's his name, Akinsomiro in Pisa, Inadi. I feel like they should start preparing them for the next Olympics or the next under 23 so that they can start getting exposed to the identity of playing for a national team again. So that's what I feel they should do with a couple of home-based players, whether it's from the NNL or like legit under 23 or not
which
the
one be
40-year
legit?
olds that play. The because that child Super Eagles. Oh God.
But this is part of the problem that affects sale of players, movement of players in this window. Like now
Yeah.
we are feeling our Nigerian players because foreign they check the age and say, are you sure these are real
Yes.
27? Because they look at football age, and then by the time a club gives you 5-year contract, by 2 years time you don't pick. Then it's
Don't
like, so
tank.
they are very careful, and this is why NFA, like I said, work with you have all your players, work with the players you
Absolutely.
have, and see how their management is going on so that they get into good contracts. And that helps your national team. But NFF is just sitting down, not putting enough energy to see what's happened with these players. And then we expect magic after the players have struggled to get clubs and all that. Those are the little things. But I think Oga Ade is here. Let's
Yeah, let's hear from Ade Dotun.
Yes, Mr. Adedotun, welcome. We're talking about transfer deadline day, Nigerian players on the move. Of course, we've seen Wolverhampton Wanderers confirm the signing of Tulu Arokodare. We're still expecting moves for at least Samuel Chukwueze and Chrysanthus Uche, with prospective moves on the cards for players like Victor Boniface, maybe Taiwa Woni, maybe Emmanuel Dennis, maybe signs now, maybe signs later. Ademola Lokman is a big one as well. We're waiting to see where he ends up or if he's going to be stuck in Atalanta. So, Mr. Adedotun, give us your thoughts.
Yeah, thank you very much. Like we said yesterday on Onboarding's Live, that I'm happy for Tolu Arokodare. You know, I'm a parent, so I wish everyone to be successful. So I'm happy for him. And my only advice for him is just that he should just, just keep his head cool and learn. He shouldn't go there and find out, oh, I happen to be the top scorer in the Belgian League last season. Belgian League ties play to Premiership. So you just go there like a starter and learn. And by so doing, and should please, and he should please, keep it cool, calm himself down. By so doing, I think he's gonna make it over there, and I wish him well. For Chukwueze, we are still working on how to let Fulham take him. The deal is almost done. So we are still waiting for Fulham to come with a better offer so they can take him. That is that on Chukwueze. Then Awoni, do I want him to be a fourth striker? No. Yes, I want him to move. But mind you, he's a family man. I'm sure he wants to stay where his family will be, where it's going to be conducive for his family. If he wants to stay in England, stay in England. He can sign for Brentford or all those meetable clubs. Can try and do that. But for Lokman, I'm scared. I don't
What are you
know
scared of?
I don't know what's going to happen, because if it doesn't move today, I'm sure that I'm very sure that Atalanta might want to deal with him. He might not get playing time until January. They might load him to Atalanta B. He might play for Atalanta B, which I think will not be good for his football and for our national team. So as I want Bayern Munich to explore all options to please get Ademola Lokman as that on that. And I heard what other speakers have been saying. One thing I would like to say is this. Our league has gone down. The last time we had a very significant move from our league, local league, to a club in Europe. The last player was Joseph Akpala. He was the highest goal scorer for Better Insurance. And from Insurance, he moved to Charleroi in Belgian top division. And even won the Belgian Jubilee League top scorer. That was the last move of any Nigerian player from the NPFL. Don't tell me we have players that moved to Azerbaijan or Slovakia. No. Like what we were saying last night, that if we have visionary leaders, visionary football administrators, they're like, oh, why are we retrogressing? This is the time for our players to be moving to top clubs from Nigeria. That time I moved from Lobby Stars to Olympic Marseille and brought the team. Benga Kloa moved from Shooting Stars to Barcelona, fourth team. It's not that we never. It's not that we didn't have the back then. We had the moves were happening back then. But now, what has become of our league? Look at Sudan, a war. Sudan is fighting war. Beat us 4-0. I'm not gonna lie to you. They have a very good team. Emerego,
Mr. Delton,
you are muted.
no be peace, then they take use winning football match.
No, I got you. I'm just talking about the league now. Even though they are war, they are playing their league somewhere else. Emery signed players for a lot of money. Kelechi Osunwa used to play for Emery. This guy that died, and now it was in Sudan. I don't think I'll be talking about Tanzania League. The guy that just left Tanzania League now, Stefan Aziski of Burkina Faso. In Yanga, the guy was earning $20,000. $20,000. Can we pay a player $1,000 in Nigeria? That we are not going to owe him. That the restaurant will be regular. We're not going to owe him. See, our league is what happened at last chance is a reflection of what is happening in our league. And as explained yesterday, we can't take away what is happening in our country for what's happening in football. I'm a diehard Nigerian football lover. I'm a diehard. I support secondary stores of Lagos. I used to, in fact, for like 3 years, I never missed any source match at Unicon. I never missed source match at Unicon. So I know about the league. I love the league. But now, do I still love the league? No, because there's something to interest you. I told you, in Tanzania, let Man U and Arsenal, Omaya and Liverpool be playing. When it's time for Yanga and Simba to play, nobody will watch European football. Nobody. So now that is the problem we are facing. And some people are saying we should be calling home-based players. We cannot leave the foreign born because they are now the manufacturer of our football. They are the catalyst in our football. If not, do you think without those foreign players, do you think we have gotten to the final of the AFCON? Do you think we are qualified for AFCON? With this or your Papa Daniel, Toshukwu and Co. Another thing that I will say is this. Fine, we are not their parents, but I'm telling you this. Our players, by the time they move to Europe, they are already old. They're already old. I was born and raised in Nigeria. I went to primary school university in Nigeria. Bro, I finished my school at 993 at the age of 18. The youngest myself was 17 then. And you dare not, when in school, my brother always, when we were born in Nigeria, you dare not do dread in secondary school. But now you have players, a place what you say is 15 years. And look at all this dread and tattoo in Nigerian school.
No be by
Things have
dreadlocks.
changed.
No be by dreadlocks.
Even in Nigerian schools.
This is 2025.
In Nigerian school, they still don't allow to accept that.
No,
I
it's not
have
about
people back home.
The culture.
But
Okay, I have people back home. In Nigeria, they still accept that both in public and private schools, they don't allow accept that. They don't allow that. So what I'm trying to say is that, see, use your real age or just be within the right age. But when you're 30 and you're claiming 16, by the time you get to Europe, man, you won't be able to do anything. You won't be able to do anything. Most of us don't look at that. That's one of the problems we have in our football. By the time if you are at 28, you are claiming 15. By the time you get to Europe, when you are 18, they'll be in your 30s and get to Europe. What do you want to do? That when your mates in Europe are living football. That way your mates in Europe are living football. You mentioned that guy would have moved things, but all these are agents, the aid they use. No. And that's what I'm supposed to say. If we invest in our local league, I'm telling you, all these age cheats will reduce. If you invest in our local league, Now look at for age will reduce. People like, if I don't play in Europe, I can play in my country. And if you are paying them well. In the 80s, 90s, they only paying them that 2 months now, but these guys were okay. All the people said this. When was the shooting stars? He had about 3 houses. He had up to 5 cars. They were comfortable. Even though they were not that super rich, but at least they were comfortable. They could feed their families. They could feed their family, could pay school fees. Invest in our local league. I'm telling you, the age cheat drama will reduce. It will reduce. Because now agents tell you, oh, they don't want players. Now they will say they don't want players above 20 years. That's why agents like say, oh, okay, reduce your age to 15. But if they don't want players above 20 years in Europe, and my league is very good, I'll play my league. I will play my league. One of the best players in Tanzania, they are best players. Like this boy, Fetoto, Saloon, Sopu, Clement Zize, Shumari Kapombe, DC Job, all of them. Mutati Yaya, they all play in their league. Either they play for Simba or they play for Yanga. They all play in their league. I follow their league a lot.
Yeah.
So the only way out is invest in our league. Bring investors. Give the investors that clear vision that, hey, you are not going to lose. Maybe the first 2 years, you might not make profit, you might not have loss, but after 3 years, I tell you, you'll be smiling to the bank every year. There will be able to invest. We will be able to invest.
Do you
And
mean
take it from
similar to
all
what?
this political compensation. Because Sydney
Yes.
was Sydney campaign for me. Sydney, you go and manage our football. Meanwhile, Sydney doesn't know anything about football. All he knows about
Yes.
is all those girls on Friday.
Yes.
Then tell me how
Very
Sydney move our football forward. Some people think will
yes,
just come, we are going to play. Because Sydney doesn't know anything, just say, take the money. But if Sydney knows about football, he will vet everything, big anything, he will vet it. No, this is all right. That's what we are talking about. Invest in money,
And that
pay the right people, and do away with corruption. I'm telling you, the mad
please.
rush of age sheet will reduce, and the mad rush
Very
of our players. 2 players, one from Shooting Stars, left last year to go and play in Iraq. This year again, captain of the home base team, moved to Iraq. I think Iraq is still not safe. It's still not safe. There's some bomb. There's several bombs all around Iraq.
yes, there is.
How can our
and the truth is,
goalkeeper, national team goalkeeper, move from insurance of Benin to go and sign in Ethiopia? From Ethiopia now move to fourth club, the fourth best club in Tanzania, in Amas. Papagane, that with all these audio reports, it's moving the list, move to Slovenia.
Papagana lives in Slovenia. Yeah.
Slovenia. Sizzy. Look at all where our players are going to. Luxembourg, Slovenia, Azerbaijan, all those. The ones are going to Azerbaijan, they don't go to top club in Azerbaijan. They don't go to Karabakh.
Sorry.
They go to all these nonsense clubs.
I didn't know. Hold on for 1 second. TC, I see that you're trying to join. But please refresh so that we can see you and hear you, because right now there's a connection issue. So please leave the studio, refresh, and then join again. Thank you.
So that's what I'm
and
saying. We can do better. We can do better. I tell you.
Yeah, if our leagues are not good, it also affects players being signed into clubs, because they are looking our league. We don't have a leverage. There's no plan behind anything we're doing. That's why our players are taken advantage of. They don't have good deals. They have shady men, middlemen, doing a lot of kinds of deals with players. So there's a lot of things that if NFF gets right, then it helps the football league in this time of transfer season. Your players will get better club, because there's a clear plan that, okay, this is the top 20 players in the Premier League or in the Nigeria Premier League. All right. You have a list of the players, rank them, and say, okay, we have defenders, midfielders, and all that. Now, these players cannot just go to Iraq. That's not the plan. How many of these agents are registered with the NFF? All these things, if you have an intentionality to it, you will realize that our players will at least get to first grade European teams or European countries. You can cross, okay, look, there are 10 European countries or 6 European countries. Then we look at it. So that's why you see this thing becoming very difficult for a lot of the players. There's no channel for their growth and all that. So I hope NFF can really look into these things and help the Nigerian Football League, open it for investors, create the environment for it to thrive. Look at Dangote wanted to buy Arsenal the other time because he's not seeing, nobody has pitched him the value to invest in the Nigerian league.
In
And there are 20 or more Dangotes that if they invest, pitches, everything, before you know, the Real Madrids, the Chelseas, they will come to pick players directly from your league. That's what they are doing with the Brazilians. The Brazilian league, because they can come directly there and pitch. And that's why even when the Brazilian players, look at Neymar, he's back at home in Santos because he can add presence to that league. So if you invest in your home league, there's no way it will not improve in the transfer season because some players will be bought directly from Eyimba, direct. So these are the things that a lot of the NFF people must really rethink our football, because as it stands now, our football is just being sustained by our foreign-based and foreign-born players, and that's the truth. If you remove them, that ecosystem, Nigerian football will struggle big time, and then there will not be any investment also. So it's something that we need to watch. But hopefully, before the window ends, Lokman should get something. I really want Lokman to move from.
All right. Let me just jump
Yeah,
in quickly. TC, welcome back. The only issue that you're having now is that your video is showing in black and white. We need to see you properly. So please fix that so that we can bring you on and hear your thoughts. Thank you. Please just fix your video.
This is from the 1970s.
I don't know if it's the lighting that you're using or something, but we can barely see you. It looks like
let me
black and white. Okay, I think yes. Now that you turn on the light, is much better. Okay, welcome TC. Welcome.
Can you see me now?
Yes, we can see you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so we're talking
Welcome.
transfer. We're talking transfer deadline day. Arokodare has joined Wolverhampton Wanderers. We're still expecting some transfers. Some people that were trying to figure out what exactly is going to happen with them. Are they going to stay at their club? Are they going to leave? What are your thoughts on the deadline day? What are your thoughts on Tolu Arokodare's transfer to Wolves?
I think Arokodare move was one of the best moves we have had this summer. I don't think anybody will say that was a very bad move, because he's a typical he suits the Wolves setting. He's this kind of tall and he's not too physical like that, but I think he suits the setting. And also, if Wolves want him, I think he's also going to be a good matchup. I'm also looking much in his hand, because I'm expecting at least 12 to 15 goals. That is my own take on that. So that is my own take on that. But I think more transfers will be coming, because I think I'm hearing something from Fulham about Chukwueze, and I think Crystal Palace is also going for somebody or Crisantus Uche. I don't know. I don't know that is still a rumor, but I think one of the things every Nigerian player should be looking at is a place that he will have a consistent game time. Because this is what we need now. We just don't want place you just go. Maybe it's a big team. I don't think this big team of a team is actually going to be the best option. Go to a team where you can play football, get noticed, and if a big team actually wants you and they are ready to put you in the game plan, they can bring you in. You just go to a big team that don't have a game plan for you. You are not sure they are going to actually play you. You just be a bench warmer. That's one of the problems we have been having with most of the Nigerian players. It's not about going to a big club, but go to a club that you are needed.
Okay, I want to quickly just say something regarding a transfer that did not happen. This is not for a Nigerian player, but it's very interesting. Emi Martinez, who was wanted by Bayern Munich, rather by Manchester United, rather not Bayern Munich. Emi Martinez was wanted by Manchester United, and he rather signed a new contract with Aston Villa. But the interesting part is that after the United deal did not work out, Galatasaray came in for him, trying to sign him, and Emi Martinez said that Galatasaray was not an option. Of course, Emi Martinez is a World Cup winning goalkeeper, goalkeeper for Aston Villa. I just find it interesting that for him at this point in his career, he felt like Galatasaray was not an option. It was not something that he was going to consider. And it kind of tells you a little bit about how Galatasaray is viewed by players that are still at the top of their game. So food for thoughts there. But let me ask you, TC, because you're the new person on the panel here. Of all the Nigerian players that are not necessarily rumored to be moving, like we're not hearing any rumors about Taiwo, for example. We've heard the Chukwueze, we've heard the Uche. Is there any player that there are no rumors about him, but you are looking forward and you're hoping that he can get a move this summer?
One of the players that I'm looking for, like, there's no rumor around him, but I think somewhere like Onyeka in Club Brugge. That guy, that guy is bigger than. I'm not saying he's bigger than a club. I think he should go to a more better team, face more competition. It's like he's not feeling more comfortable there. I think a team in the EPL will not be bad. Not a top competing team, but an average team in the EPL. At least should give him a team like West Brom. Sorry, Brighton. I
Yes,
mean,
sir.
a team like Brighton. A team like Brighton. I think a team that is not a top performing team, but at least an average team in the EPL should be at least you should be looking for a team like that. I'm not on this emphasis that Nigerian players needs to go to one top club or something like that, because the way we vision them from here, we are not actually in Europe. We are looking at it as these guys are one big guys. They deserve the best. This one. You only go to where you are needed, and when they see the value of the skill you actually bring to the table. Nobody is going to sign you because you are from Nigeria or something like that. They are going to sign you because of the kind of skill you have, what you can add to the team. So we having this mindset that this guy is big, and because he's the biggest player we have, and he must go to somewhere like Chelsea, he must go to somewhere. No, you go to where you are needed. If you go to a club that is you are not needed at, I don't think there is anyhow you are going to have any game time, and that's the downfall of your career. So I think Onyedika should go to an average team in EPL, or should go to a top team in France. A top team in France like Lyon. I think I'm just looking at Onyeka. I'm not having much expectation in other players, but Onyeka is my
Okay.
Onyedika.
Onyedika, sorry, Onyedika.
Okay. Let me just quickly jump in and say another transfer that has happened. Bamidele Yusuf has officially joined Ferencvaros in Hungary. Ferencvaros is a team that the likes of Anderson City, the likes of Tosin Kehinde have featured for Ferencvaros in recent years, and Bamidele Yusuf, who is a player on the up, talented winger. He has been playing for Vojvodina for the past year. Last year, he scored 21 goals and had 7 assists in the season. So far, this new season, he has played 5 games. He has 3 goals and 3 assists, and he has just made a move from Vojvodina in the Czech league to Ferencvaros in the Hungarian league. And Ferencvaros is a team that competes in Europe as well. I'm not sure if they are in the Europa and the Conference League this season. I would have to verify that. But yes, it's not a big, it's not a big transfer like that. But it is. Yes, Ferencvaros are going to be playing in the Europa League. They lost to Karabakh in the Champions League playoffs. So they'll be playing in the Europa League this season. It's not a huge move on paper, but it's a move for a player that is on the up, and hopefully he can do well in Hungary and then maybe find another move from there. So congratulations to Bamile Yusuf.
And sorry, I wanted to add to that. We've had Nigerian players that played Ferencvaros. I think we started with Tessin Fatusi of Adonai's fame. We actually did well in championship of them. And Nigerian players that have played in Ferencvaros, they've done pretty well. So the young man, we should just continue the momentum there. I wish him success. So it should be that the achievements in Vojvodina should not be a fluke. I think we've always been having that problem that our players will play well in a low club, in a low league, but when they get to a proper European team or this league, they don't tend to replicate that form. So I wish him well. Good luck. We pray for him.
All right. Welcome, Sleazy.
And also, I have a question, please.
Tissy, hold on.
Is anybody
Hold
hearing
on,
from
hold on,
Daga?
hold on,
This is a Nigerian player
hold on,
by
Tissy.
name Daga.
Hold on.
Okay.
We'll get back to you. Let me allow Sleazy to join the conversation. Sleazy has just joined us. Sleazy, we're talking transfer deadline day. We're talking Nigerian players. Tolu Akudari has joined Wolverhampton Wanderers. Of course, we're expecting confirmation of Samuel Chukwueze to Fulham, expecting confirmation of Crystal Palace signing of Chrysanthus Uche, and then there are other Nigerian players whose transfer situation is still in limbo. Ademola Lokman, we don't know if Awoni is staying or going. We don't know if Boniface is going to find the last minute transfer. So what are your thoughts on Tolu's confirmed move and then the other pending moves and the deadline day in general?
Yeah, I greet everyone. Ogadi Dotun. I greet SYD and TC. Hello Ayoti, thank you for having me. Like we've always said, this is what we've always wanted for this crop of players that we have. This crop of players that we believe have all it takes to take the Super Eagles to the next level. But we all know one or two things have been blocking them: the quality, the consistency, and all. And moving to the Premier League would demand one thing of you, if not everything that you need to become a professional footballer. But one thing moving to the Premier League would demand of you is consistency. You have to be consistent every week, no matter what position you play. So moving to the Premier League for the likes of Tolu Arokodare, Samuel Chukwueze and Co. and Chrysanthus Uche, which I think is a very good move for him. Although I've always been a fan of La Liga because I support a La Liga team, but I still think moving from a team like Getafe to Crystal Palace in the English Premier League, an established team, not really a top team, but an established team in the English Premier League, who we are not expecting to battle for relegation, I think is a very good move. But I think it is also a challenge on their part because it feels like you are starting your career all over. I mean, they speak the language and the football culture is not that different from what we have in Nigeria until recently. So they should be able to adapt to the league, but it might not be easy with the press breathing down your neck for top performances every week and all. I just hope the boys would step up their game and just fit in, get a few good games in the bag, and then just kickstart their career in England because it is very difficult. 90 minutes is not enough to get you that to get you to that level in England. You have to do well on and off the pitch, your attitude and everything. And I think they have all it takes to establish themselves. It's a very good move for the Super Eagles. In the next 2-3 years, they should be moving to other top clubs. Yes, very good move for these guys.
All right, I'll ask another question, but before I do, I want to just appreciate Kelvin again for the super chat. We've been on this live stream for almost 3 hours now. talking transfer deadline day, and only Kelvin has left super chat. So Kelvin, much appreciated. For the rest of you that are watching, please like the stream if you haven't liked it already. And if you have the means, support the channel with a super chat. I want to keep this live stream going for another few hours, just until we know that most of the transfers have been completed, at least the Fulham one. But if I'm not mistaken, the window closes at 11 p.m. And then some deals that were in process come will still come in after that time. I don't know if I'll be here until 11 p.m., but we have the Nigeria FC podcast at 10 p.m. as well. So there's that to consider. But yes, we'll keep this going for another few hours, and then the rest of the transfers we'll talk about it on the podcast after they are concluded. And as well, if you follow us on our social media channels at EagleStrikerING on Instagram, you'll of course see the remaining transfers when they come in. But yes, Sleazy. So let me ask you, Ademola Lookman's situation is still in limbo. Is he going to stay at Atalanta? Is he going to join a different team? How do you feel about it now that there are only a few hours left in the window? Would you rather him go to a different club? Should he just take whatever option he sees, or should he stay with Atalanta?
Um, that's a very good question, but it's a dicey situation now for him, especially after the relationship with Atalanta the past few weeks. To say, I just think it's time for a fresh beginning, a time for a very new start, and not just the new start, not just him taking the new start as an option, taking the new start to find a new home. He has proven himself at that level in Atalanta, although he's had his struggles in the English Premier League at the start of his career. But now he has proven himself to be a player that they can rely on. He struggled last season, but I think he had that breakthrough season, and I think it's time for him to move to the next step, to a better team than Atlanta. No disrespect to Atlanta, they are a very good team, solid team, also established, like I said. But I think it's time for him to move forward to a bigger team. And all I've been seeing in the news now is that he's about to secure a loan move to Bayern Munich, which I think would be a very, very exciting one. Although he did not really perform well in Leipzig in the German league. I don't know if it's a German league thing, or he didn't settle well, or he wasn't really prepared. Of course, he's not in this kind of form that he is now. He doesn't have this kind of experience and explosiveness that we're seeing in Atlanta now. Hopefully, he secures that move to Bayern and is able to fight for a place. I personally think he can fight for a place in that Bayern team, especially with the kind of explosiveness he has. Bayern likes to play that heavy metal, high pressure football, which I think Ademola Lookman has in him. So I think he should be able to secure a move to Bayern Munich and then prove himself again. I mean, that is for his own best and for Nigeria's good. Yeah.
All right. And just to correct myself, yes, thank you, Adiola, for correcting me. The deadline ends at 7 p.m. West African time, 7 p.m. British Standard Time. So not 11 p.m., 7 p.m. And then most of the European leagues close at 7 p.m. as well. Of course, there's always some leagues that you can still sign players maybe on for another 2 days. Saudi league, those ones
Saudi still there.
they don't like to
Still
close.
Saudi.
They don't like to close on time. So Saudi might go on for a couple more days, And then of course, anybody that is a free agent, so a player like Emmanuel Dennis, he can still sign even past the deadline because he's a free agent and not affiliated with any club.
Dennis should retire.
No, he's 27. He cannot retire. He still has like 5-6
He'll
more.
get
27. That guy is 27. Okay.
No, Dennis does not look like he doesn't look old though. Let's not even get like
he's a young boy. He's a young boy.
I mean,
He's a young boy.
there are some players that
17. Very soon you will tell us it's over 17.
no.
So,
There are some players that you can even say have hard face. Dennis does not look like what he has been through. Dennis looks like a a young fresh.
He looks 25.
Yeah, Dennis is not one of those people.
Yeah, he still looks 35. He's very young there.
Okay.
But what he says this, when Lookman went to Leipzig, the competition, and he was not this matured. But I think he's now a more mature player. In fact, if you see, when Tottenham was trying to get him, all media outlets were saying Tottenham goes for world-class Ademola Lookman, world-class Ademola Lookman. You know, now I see him as world class, unlike when he went to Sizzy, to Leipzig. So Sizzy, I want to believe that if he moves to Bayern, he's going to play well this man because he's already a matured player now. You know, he's already in that top leagues of players.
Yeah. But the
Couple
Bayern
with
deal will
what
be hard. The
achievements
Bayern deal
for
is hard.
Atalanta against Leverkusen. I think he's going to do well this time around.
The thing is that the Bayern deal, you have this boy, the Colombian there already. You have I watched Bayern's last game. They played with this boy. They played with Luis Diaz. They have this guy on the left, Olise. Then they have the former Arsenal boy. Forgotten
Nabri,
his name.
Olise, and Luis.
Yeah. So the question is, that's why Bayern needed somebody that would come in at least play 15 minutes for as a striker. That's why they were going for Nico Jackson. If you look at it very well, the question is, does Bayern desperately need
Um,
uh,
yeah, yeah.
this boy?
SYD, Mogadi Dotun. I
Mm.
think what we are also failing to realize now is we are way past that era of those two magicians, Ronaldo and Messi, where football has football has demand of clubs to just have starting 11. If you remember, if you cast your mind back to back in the days where we used
Yeah,
to
no.
have lots and lots of world-class players in a team, and then we have lots of experienced and technical and tactical players on the bench as well. Take, for instance, the Lazios of back in the days, the Fiorentinas of back in the days, where you have
Yes.
lots of players. You have players coming off the bench to make like impact, players that you can't rely on coming off the bench. I think football is now back to that era where we don't really have people that are miles and miles and miles ahead of each other in teams. It just depends on you taking your chance when given the opportunity.
You're not
Yeah.
adding the issue of PSR. You're not adding the issue of there's is the UEFA, the number of players you need
Mhm.
to register for UEFA different from how many you need for your league, and they are different in each league. There are different parameters. So these clubs are now playing with different kinds of new regulations. So it constricts them a lot on the player they need to get. That's why if you notice, it's only where the money is, and the money is in the Premier League.
Yeah.
And the Premier League is if you look at all the leagues now, that's the people spending money. Even the mid-team Premier League are spending more money than even Bayern, even Borussia. Those guys are looking for loan. Italian teams are looking for loan. That's why tonight is the night when the loan sharks will start moving, because the big boys have done all their deals. So these things play into the game. So I pray that he will not be fixated on. I wish that he had gone to a place like Tottenham, because Tottenham needs a player on the right side of their wing, because they only have Johnson.
Right side or on the left side?
On the left side, sorry.
On the right side, they have Kudus. On the right side, they have
Kudus already.
Yeah.
But and also remember, European teams are thinking of AFCON. European teams are thinking of AFCON. AFCON is in December. So they would, if I have two African players, that means I lose two strategic players in the team. So AFCON also somehow affects African players, especially with movement, especially in critical areas. So teams look at it.
I think I strongly believe that if he moves to Bayern and he maintains the same level that he has maintained in Atlanta,
he will play.
Playing well in games, getting a goal or an assist, making impacts, creating those chances, making those runs, he would give Vincent Kompany that headache of choosing between him, Luis Diaz, Serge Gnabry, or somebody they would get a place on on that team. Even if not being a regular starter, he would play a very, very important role in Bayern Munich's success this season. I mean, coming off the bench, if you have stronger players coming off the bench, or players that you can rely on when there is injury, or players that you can rely on at any point in time in the game, you would definitely be valuable to that team. Yeah, I think
Is there
you
a
would.
quota system? Is there a quota system for the number of foreign-based players, non-German players,
Of course,
in the German league?
of course, there is.
So
Of
you
course,
see, they calculate distance.
of course,
You
there is.
check how many foreign players are with European passports are there.
Mm.
So you're looking at a few of these. Sometimes we are looking at it from a Nigerian perspective, which is we want the best for our player. If he goes to Bayern Munich, truly, I'll be very happy. Even if he's coming in to replace and then fighting for a shirt, I'm happy because he'll be in a top team. You have lots of games, European Champions League. There's so many games to play. However, you want him to be in a team that he will not just only sit on the bench, because you want
That's left to
your
him,
player to be
to be very
active.
honest. That's left to him. That's left to him to fight for. I can tell you for a fact that even if Kudus moves to Bayern Munich, he would fight for a place. And you can see how Kudus' career has been going. You can see how the likes of Pap Matasar's career has been going. You can see lots and lots and lots of players. You can see how their career has been going. They're never scared to move to that next level and try to prove themselves.
I know.
Those boys are never scared.
If you bring Kudus in a Tottenham where there's no contest, it's different from Kudus in a Chelsea where he's going to compete with Estava. So
he would definitely make the move and try to compete for a place. These boys they need this move. That's why I love this acquisition of Chukwueze to Fulham idea. That was why I love the Crisantos Uche's to Crystal Palace idea. Number one is everybody gets to see him play firsthand. Not the I'm not no disrespect to Ayoti now. Not me waiting for Ayoti's updates on how many chances he created, how many goals and all, and then every week I have to rely on Ayoti for this result. But now I get to see him play first, and it is easy for me to watch him, even if he doesn't provide that goal plus assist or chances created like we used to have it now. It will be easier for me to see him play and say, yes, I think we have a player on our hands, or I think this guy needs to improve. Do you get what I mean now? So that is that's the idea. The Chukwueze that will come in here and argue and say this time. I will be honest with you. I don't sit down 90 minutes to watch AC Milan game. I only rely on IoT's stats and everything.
But
Do you get
all
me?
we are saying is that every Nigerian player should not be in Premier League, or they should just be in at least the 5 or 4 leagues, which is Italy, Serie A, La Liga, and Premier League. Okay, so we want our players to be in those top leagues, and where they can access high quality football. Like I said earlier when we started this stream, my problem with our best player, in my opinion, currently Osimhen, is that he's gone to a league that is on a lower level, to be honest, and he needs to move. I wish he had moved, and I pray that after one season, luckily, Galatasaray is in the Champions League, so at least he'll play Champions League football, definitely. So hopefully more eyes will be on him. I hope his contract is not so ironclad that he cannot make another move next season or in 2 seasons and make at least a final move. But what I see is that he may play in Galatasaray 3 years and then move to Saudi. That's how I'm seeing it, which is not what I had programmed. I wished for him that at least you play in the Premier League. That's where the cream de la cream is going to play, or La Liga or something.
It breaks my heart too to see him move together. But at that point,
just imagine Bayern Munich picking Osimhen. Bayern Munich should have come for Osimhen, even if he's on loan. Pick Osimhen on loan. Imagine replacing Harry Kane. That's a different profile. That's just a different profile completely. You know, like what you're saying with
So
Ademola
we prefer our players to go and play a second fiddle to a player than going to a place where they are actually
Lukman. Bro, it's
wanted
not a
or they are
second
actually in the
fiddle. It's
game
not a
plan of the
second
manager.
fiddle. I want to ask you a question. If you are in a Champions League final, all right, Osimhen, Hurricane, who do you pick as your number 9? I'm asking you.
In a Champions League final,
Who do you pick as your number 9?
it
All
depends
things.
on the tactics the coach.
It doesn't depend on tactics. So you
It
pick
doesn't
Hurricane
depend
straight
on
up.
A
It
tactics.
coach
doesn't.
that
It
does
doesn't
not want
depend.
Osimhen.
It doesn't depend
It's
on
not
tactics.
tactics.
TC, it's not tactics. You go for your best.
Including
Not tactics.
I feel. See, let's be
remove your
honest. Let's be
Nigerian
honest.
bias.
There is always a game plan. These managers, they have a tactical game plan. They have their different things. They have the agenda. They have the style they want to play. See, and whenever you are bringing a player, you are bringing a player to suit that kind of pattern you want to execute, what you want to play.
Yes, we know
So
pattern. We
if
know
you are not
both
coming for
of
me,
them are goal
you are not
potters.
coming
Both
for
of them
me.
are
You
goal
want me to
potters.
come and force myself to be in your team to make sure I fall into your team. How does that even make sense?
Wait,
So are
wait.
you saying?
Me, I don't
What I want
feel
to
if
correct
Bayern
is
wants.
wait. What I want to correct is this: pick any team, pick the top teams. Eh? Pick the top teams. Give me 5 top teams. You know, Man City. All right, Man City, Liverpool. Liverpool just today they have concluded their sale for Isak. I want to ask you: does Isak walk into the first team? He does.
Does Isak walk into the first team?
Of
He
Liverpool.
does now.
Good. So wait. They are not
Wait,
thinking
wait,
of
wait.
tactics. Wait.
Wait,
I
wait,
want to
wait, wait.
address that
If
issue
you have a team, wait,
You
sir,
talked
please
about
don't be
tactics.
offended.
You
If
talked
you
about
have a
tactics.
team, if you have a
Wait, let me land. You talked
wait, let
about
me ask you
tactics. You talked about tactics. I
who
want to
do
let you know that there are
who
some
do
top strikers, with or without your tactics. The coach is going to play that top striker.
it's
It's
not
not
about
about
changing
tactics now.
tactics,
Because,
sir. Please, I want to
yeah,
ask you one question. Between Isak and Eketike, who do Liverpool really wanted in the first the transfer window opened? Who were they actually going for? Between Isak and Eketike.
of
Between
course they
Isak
were
and
going for
Eketike.
Isak. Of course,
That's
everybody knows they were
Isak
going
now.
for
No,
Isak. But they were going for both
Isak does not
players.
fit into
But
their
no,
tactics.
what I'm trying to talk about your argument. Your argument was I brought 2 players for you. I told you Osimhen and Hurricane in a Champions League final. Who does the Bayern guy, the Bayern coach, who is he going to play? And I'm telling you, based on everything both players have done, you will go for the most prolific striker, and that is Hurricane. He's ahead.
That
He's
is not
direct.
even it's not
You
even
are
like
not
that.
going
Then
to use.
then
There are many times most of these coaches do not use tactics in those kind of critical positions of a 20 in a season goal poacher. And it's not discrediting who Osimhen is. Now, if Osimhen is a second striker in Bayern Munich, it gives him much more profile than in Galatasaray and Turkish league that nobody is seeing. That's just the truth. The
see
reason why you are seeing it is because
that
you are
move
invested as a
that
Nigerian
move
to
will
see
still
Osimhen.
come.
Let's
Period.
let's let's
That
let's
move
just
will
let's
still
be
come,
honest.
sir.
TC, let's be honest. Let's be honest. If Osimhen had moved to a different club, let's say one of the top clubs in Europe, say Barcelona, for example. I know they did not really push hard to sign him, but I'm just using it as an example now. If he had moved there and then his first few matches, they still decided to go for Lewandowski because he's more experienced and all, playing Osimhen. Eventually, he would break into the first team. He stand more chance. Oh
Definitely.
yeah, he also stand more chance of reaching that height that we want him, that we think he should reach. Now, I think what has happened now since he moved to Galatasaray is that we Nigerians have created that image in our head and say, oh,
Mm.
go where you want, go where you are wanted. go where you are loved, go where we are lying to ourselves. If it were to be a neutral, we would have judged the situation as it should be. We know there are lots of circumstances surrounding that transfer saga, which we are not discrediting, but the fact still remains that it was not the right and best move for him at this point in his career. Shikena, in the future, he might
let's
secure a better move and all. I think that's just
let's look at what has happened to Nicolas Jackson.
See, what
Okay,
you
Guys,
just said
hold,
now.
hold on. I'm going to cut you off
I'm
very quickly.
not against what you said.
Sisi,
I'm
hold
not
on.
against.
Um,
I'm not against like
before
actually pushing, go to a team and start fighting for a position. But
Sisi,
do this team
this man can-
want you in their team?
guys, sorry, before you continue, I just want to acknowledge Real K left a super chat comment and said, I hope Lokman gets the Bayern move. So Real K is looking forward to Ademola Lokman going to Bayern Munich. I also want to say, let's try to not debate this Osimhen issue too much, because honestly, this issue has been flogged non-stop. You know, people have certain opinions. I've seen too many people like TC that, regardless of the situation, they like Osimhen so much that they think, well, he's loved, he's wanted at Galatasaray. I also know that there are people like Sizzy that feel like you go to, Galatasaray wasn't the best option. Let's leave it alone. Osimhen is not going anywhere this summer. Maybe in January or in next summer, we can go back into Osimhen and we can start debating what we think is going to happen, what should not be happening. But for now, let's just leave it. Everybody has their opinion of Victor Osimhen transfer. We've spoken about it so much. Let's try to move on to other topics. Let's talk about other players like Lokman, Awuni, Uche, Chukwueze, and others that are there.
I think for Tulu to succeed in Wolves, I don't know if Strand Larsen is moving or is still in that team, because that would be because both of them are almost the same type of number nines, tall, lanky, always feed on that area ball and link up play, and I think they have almost similar style of playing the game. So I think it would be like a direct competition, in my opinion, for
Yeah,
Tolu
but it's good for
Arokodare.
Tolu now.
Yeah, it's good.
for
It's
Tolu.
good. Like I said at the beginning, it's good for him. He just needs to step up, put your head down, learn, and secure a better move next season. Probably to a team like West Ham, Aston Villa, and all.
That move to Wolves is a good move.
Yeah.
From where he's coming from Belgian league. It's not easy for Belgian league to move into Premier League. How many Belgian league players move? Sometimes they move into French or German league. So going to the Premier League in a Premiership team, very good. Now, he cannot displace a guy that has performed last season. So it's a good competition for him. And in my view, I've watched Tolu. I think he's slow. In the Premier League, he needs to be faster. Strand is a bit faster than him. All right, Strand is very mobile. So, but I don't
it's
think
it's not necessarily like it's not like it's fast. It's just slow as well.
I don't think the deal for Strand to Newcastle went through, because they just did a new contract for Strand in Wolves, and Newcastle is already
signed Wisa. They signed Wisa.
Wisa is already there.
They signed Wisa.
Wisa is already going there now. So
and
I
that
think
tall Woltermat from Stuttgart. I think Newcastle signed.
Yeah.
Newcastle, they have spent the 135k already by the German guy and Wisa. Two of them is equal to the money that they have spent. So they have bought two strikers for Isak money. So that's fine. But I think the Tolu being there, he has guaranteed playing time. All right. He will play, he will come in, he will play. There is Carling Cup, there is FA Cup. So it's very good for him, very good for the Super Eagles. We need him and more eyes on him. Now, when there's more eyes, look at Onuachu. Onuachu has got a deal. It's like that guy gets deal every transfer window. Paul Onuachu is on the move. Onuachu is on the move. So
There's always a coach that would like that his style of
yeah,
play, that would
but you
always
see,
want him on his team.
the visibility in the Premier League, the visibility in Premier League gives you advantage. So hopefully Tolu playing in Wolves, if he plays very well, there's no way another strong
I
team
personally think he
will
would
not.
succeed. I personally just think he would succeed because of number one is his style of play. Yeah, although he's slow and all, but when things start going well for him, when his teammates start understanding him and putting the ball where they should put it in the like dangerous area where Tolu would mostly thrive, I think he would start feeding on those crumbs and also this just like he likes to play. Another player that I've always liked is Rafael Onyedika, and him moving. I didn't hear anything about Rafael Onyedika this transfer window. I don't know if I'm mistaken or I've mixed Eagle Striker or Fabrizio Romano's post on him, but I've not seen anything on Rafael Onyedika. And that guy is good. He's a decent,
But also
footballer.
Yeah, also it depends on people's contracts. All right. So if a player has still many years on the contract, it means more money to move him out. All right.
Mm.
So sometimes those things affect the movement of players and his position. He's playing the number 6 position. So as a number 6 position, looking at the teams, in Spanish La Liga. So I feel his game will be good suited in Spanish La Liga, also in Premier League, but at least moving from Belgian League, Spanish La Liga, French Ligue 1.
The French
So
league, yeah, French league.
That's why I still repeat what I said. NFF should work closely with these guys. All right. How is your movement? Are you planning to step up to another league? Stepping up to another league may help you see where they are and encourage how they move it. It helps players to know, okay, the FA is really invested in us in terms of our careers. So that players, like there's something IoT said, sometimes some players are just comfortable with where they are. They don't feel they need to move and all that.
Yeah.
You as a fan, you are thinking, oh, this guy should play in this league now. I think it will work with him here or work in but the player may not be in that space. So these are the things that, but when the FA comes around, then it may motivate them. The Super Eagles coach, guy, what's happening? Where are you in? Like now, Moses Simon is playing for, I think Moses Simon has moved to Paris FC. All right. So I don't know the level of Paris FC, whether it's an upgrade or just like mid tier French league. So, all right. So,
I think
but
they
I
just
think
gained promotion. I think they just gained promotion.
so it's like it's basically a downgrade, but yet in the same league.
Yeah, it's more.
I
I
mean,
would say it's more like a lateral move. Nantes is a team that was always fighting for relegation.
Yeah, fighting for relegation.
And then Paris FC is a team that is probably going to
and
fight
so
for
it's just
relegation.
lateral move. So nothing really, because he's maintaining. He's a family man. He's already settled in that space.
Yeah.
So, but our upcoming players, Ademola, Tolu, and others, we need to start Onyedika. Onyedika should start moving into. I know he has played some Champions League, but he needs to start moving to where there's more visibility, so that they can, especially French League. One thing I've realized with French League is that for number 6 holding midfielders, defensive players, people always look at the French League to pick defensive-minded players, defensive midfielders. A lot of the time, it's like a trend. So somewhere like Onyedika should think of my agent. Can I get something in the French League, or maybe the German League, so that his football will also be
because
challenging.
I follow the game. I know the game, but I don't really know much about when it comes to transfer. Who holds the finances? Is it the agent? Is it the club? Is it the player? I'm not really knowledgeable in that aspect, so I don't really know who is actually in charge. Is it like your agent and your team decides for you and say? I mean, I'm talking about for average players now, for players that are still coming up in their career, not those elite class players that can say, "Oh, I want a move to Real Madrid,"
No,
and
I
we try
think
to
it's the
force.
same thing. It's the same drive.
It's
same drive
so if a player wants to
for
move, the
player.
player will communicate with his agents and he's looking for a move. The agent will then go and look for potential opportunities for the player. Speak to people that probably speak to the club that the player is currently playing for to tell them that, oh, we're looking for a new opportunity, and the club will say, okay, yes, go ahead and find yourself a team.
Okay.
Ultimately, the club that the player joins is ultimately the player's decision. If I'm an agent and I have Burnley, I have Stuttgart, and I have Al Nassr, and I'll come and tell you these are the three offers that are on the table. This is what they're offering you. These are the pros, these are the cons for each of the potential options. And I would say, okay, my own recommendation is this because XYZ. I can say, no, I think go to Burnley, you get more visibility, you get a chance to, grow as a player. I can also say, go to Anasa, man, you make money that your family has never seen before. So the agent will give his suggestion, his recommendation, and then ultimately it is the player that has to accept. And a lot of the time, if the player trusts their agents, they will go along with the agent's recommendation a lot of the time. We saw like in the Getafe Wolves deal for Crisanto Uche. Crisanto Uche's agent did not like the offer that was on the table from Wolves, and he told Crisantos that I don't really like this offer and I don't think you should take it. And Crisantos agreed with him and said, okay, I trust your judgment. And now it looks like Palace is going to come with an even better offer. So in this case, you will say his agent made the right call in telling him not to take that move. But ultimately, if Crisantos had said, no, I don't care whether I like it or not, I want to join Wolves, the agent has no choice. It's the player's future, it's the player's career. Somebody here says Tulu vowed to prove me wrong in that I mentioned my name. Where is the interview? Send me the link. Let me go and see the interview that you're talking about, because I'm surprised that he would have done an interview with another platform by now. Because usually when you sign with a new club, you just give your club an exclusive and you don't really do interviews with other platforms. So unless you're just lying, send the link. Let me be able to check it out myself. But yeah, go on, Sleazy.
I mean, that's a very good explanation. I understand now what what just the basics of that, and that again goes back to these our boys. I think they should be able to also recognize work with their team to recognize what the next step in their career should be, and also it also depends on what value means to them. Some of them might just want to move to England and get some money, just get some, might not be for the visibility that we are all shouting about and clamoring for. It might just be for other things, probably family, settling down, and a place where they can call home and all. And for players like Moses Simon, I think that is like the motivation at this point in his career. He has played for a very long time in Nantes, and he has maintained that Nantes level. And also, like you said, it's a lateral move for him. There might have been offers from different leagues that are better offers, but it will be like, I've been in France, I'm settled here. I'm moving closer to the end of my career than when I just started. Let me
Yeah,
just stay
so
in France, yeah, and let me stay in
mm,
Paris, just enjoy myself with my family and all, and then hope for a better retirement, which is a very good plan, if you ask me, at that point in his career, because he's on his way out of the Nigerian Super Eagles. There are more players coming up, so he should also be planning for retirement and settlement now. But for players like Tolu Arokodare, who has moved from Belgium now to England, it is a very good step in the right direction and at the right time for him. But SYD, when I said he should also cement his place, put in a good few performances in Wolves, and then attract better offer in the next 2, 3, 4 years. That, in my opinion, would have been a good plan. But his team also might have a different plan for him, and he also
but
might have a
he
different
has
plan
said
for
it
him.
in his
Yeah.
statement.
Mm,
He
mm,
has mentioned it in his statement that
mm,
this is he intends to do all that you have said. All these things
mm,
he said it in his
mm.
statement, in his
Yeah, I
statement
haven't,
to
I
the
haven't,
new
I
club.
haven't even read
So
the
his
stuff. And
statement,
that,
new club, he wants to put himself, make sure that he does well, and also get better, move upward. And that's
yeah,
our prayer for him.
that's
As a Nigerian, that
that,
you
that's just
do well in the Premier League, which is
mm,
a tough league.
mm,
Do well in Premier League. There's no way. That's why Premier League players till now you see they are selling
yeah,
because any league knows that league is a high standard.
100%. And
So,
I think
so
Santos would, but I'm still confused. I don't know if you can answer this SYD as well. I'm confused as to his preferred the players preferred position. I don't think Ayotte has had any exclusive with him to ask him that. I don't think you've had any exclusive because
I
I've
think
checked.
he's an
Yeah,
attacking midfielder.
Ayotte has not had asked him that question for us to know which is his preferred position. Where does
See,
he like? Where does he thrive?
Sleazy, let me tell you something. I'll give you an example. There was a documentary about this Newcastle guy, Joe Linton. Joe
Yeah.
Linton was as an attacker.
Yeah, just I know he started as
Get
an
me?
attacker. Yeah.
The coach comes and says, "Look, your best position should be in my midfield." And look at it. He did not drag himself. That's where he became prominent. John Obi Mikel came to Chelsea as a young boy to play attacking football. But where he was going to play, there's going to be a Lampard. The big boys are there. They brought him back and say, stay as a holding midfielder. Learn from the man that the position is named after, Claude Makalele. He stayed there, learned after Claude Makalele. He stayed there for 10 years. He won all his. So sometimes, if a midfielder is, I see him as an attacking midfielder, all right, a ball carrier, move the ball, move fast pace, he has energy, he has strength. So the coach may come and say, I want you to play as my 8 on the left side or on the right side. I want you to or play as a central midfielder. So in those situations, a player should be ready to learn, because especially when you are not yet, it's only very few players globally that will say, you know what, this is my position, and the coach will respect that.
Yeah.
And play you there. But if you are not in that space, they say play this position, you try your best and work it out.
Yeah, I think you're right, and because I'm just looking at the fact that Crystal Palace have sold lots of players, and most notably they've lost AZ, and they might be looking to fill that void, and that might be one of the reasons why this. I'm not totally sure about that. That might be one of the reasons why this Cristantos deal has
and he may
come
not
to
be
the
looking
table,
for
and
the same skill set of Eze. They may be looking for a different skill
a
set.
different skill set.
So it doesn't have to be a techie player. But
They
he
might
may
be
have
looking
some little tech, but
for a
more
skill set.
strength.
Yeah, a skill set to complement Ismail Assar and Jean-Philippe Mateta. Mateta just to be able to like complete them. Yeah, Adam Watson plays a little bit deeper than.
Yeah, he plays at 6, so they will need
a
the number
little bit
8.
deeper than whatever.
They need a number 8 with
that can drive the ball with energy.
So that
and
may just be what they want.
And I think his competition there will be Daichi Kamada, which he should be able to. No
It's not
disrespect
easy.
to that. It's not easy.
Games can change.
Yeah.
Depends on when they want to use him.
Ismail Assar is not slowing down. We know that. I think Ismail Assar, all things being equal, everybody not injured, fit. I think Ismail Assar has a starting position in that Crystal Palace team. Yeah, and I think Jean-Philippe Mateta also has a starting position. I think it's now left to Kamada, Uche, and anybody to slug it out. And I think Uche should be able to come out on top on that. Oh, we've lost him.
And I mean, Sizzy, to your point, that's what I was saying. Like for me, in order for me to be able to confidently say whether or not I think Uche is going to do so well in the Premier League, like I need to understand where they plan to use him and what role he's going to play there. I've never asked him the question, "Oh, what's your favorite position?" in order for me to know. But I think Uche is still young, 21 or 22. He's still very malleable. Let's not forget that this is only Uche's second season as a professional football player.
Wow.
Just last year was his first season playing professionally. He was playing semi-pro before that. Just in 23-24, Uche was signed for 800 euros. Now he's getting
800 euros.
Yes.
Or 1,000 euros.
800 euros is how much. That's how much Quetta signed him for. 800 euros. Wow. Before they then sold him to Getafe, and now he's getting sold for another 20-something million to Crystal Palace. So Uche is still very malleable. I feel like he's somebody that you can teach him where to play, put him in a role. I want to believe that he's not going to be so cocky or proud to say, no, I'm not going to play there. He has never achieved anything in his career yet. So wherever the coach asked him to play, I'm sure he'll play just like he did at Getafe. He'll work hard for the team and he can establish himself. It's a good team. There's always going to be competition. Crystal Palace are playing in Europe, so they're always going to have higher expectations than they would have at a Wolverhampton Wanderers. But I believe in Uche. I like the quality of player he is. I like his mentality so far. I like that he still, I hope he doesn't get too distracted by living in London, playing in the Premier League, because Uche so far has always given me the vibe of just being a down to earth, guy that just knows that I'm somewhere that I never dreamt of being, and let me just give everything to stay at this level. I hope it does not get too carried away, because players can get carried away. We look at even what's this guy's name, Papa Daniel. I kind of hinted at it. I said it before in the previous episode of the Nigeria FC podcast, but even just yesterday or 2 days ago, I saw he was posting money on his Snapchat. And for me, I look at things like that and I see it's rather unnecessary. You just moved abroad. Yes, you're in Slovenia now. Yes, now they pay you a few thousands a month. Yes, now you have some extra money that you can flex on us. But if somebody in Slovenia is flexing money, what should Osimhen be doing for? Osimhen might as well come like Floyd Mayweather and just put all his money on table and then take picture and come to flex on us. So I don't think that Uche can go to that extreme, but I just feel like hopefully he doesn't get carried away. But one thing that I like about him is that he's not very media trained, like we saw before when he did that.
Yeah, it's not very media trained. Yeah,
it's not very media trained. I know Crystal Palace will try to clean him up a little bit, but in the beginning, anywhere he speaks, he's going to speak from the heart. He's going to be raw. He's going to be honest. He's just going to say himself. And I hope he does not lose his Nigerian accent. Some people were laughing at him when he said debuts and things like that. But for me, I like when you're exposed, you clean up certain things about yourself and you'll become more refined. But I like the fact that his Nigerianness is still there. All due respect to Arokodare is already speaking in a mix of American and Nigerian accents.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you one story that most people will know. Most people watching would know. When Tulu was still playing for box to box, legacy pitch, Surulere National Stadium, we used to mock him that. I mean, am I permitted to speak Yoruba here now? So I don't know. We'll be like, Talele, Telomu, I don't go so Igbo, I don't go play ball, so Igbo. So it's like he has always been like that kind of Ajabota vibes and that poshness and all. So Tolu has always been like that. There was a time he was playing with one of my friends' junior brother. We'll call him Nura. You know him, Ayo striker, Nura Abdullahi. Yeah, they all grew up together. Yeah. So we were like, the Nura Abdullahi to come so Ibo to come so Ibo la. Do you get? So he's always been like that. People thought it was when he moved abroad that he started speaking all those polished accents and all. No, Tolu has always been like that. So and his brother also
he has been giving us this accent since before he
has been like, even his brother went to uni together, like different faculties, but his brother has always also been like that, reserved, calm, and yeah, they are like that. They're like that. So it's just,
I don't know, because me, I like I just have a likeness for the authenticity of somebody like, even if Victor Osimhen, no matter how many years you've been, if Osimhen talk, you know that this is a Nigerian artist.
Yeah, this is a Nigerian. Yeah.
Or if Awoni talks, you know that is a Nigerian artist.
He's a Nigerian. Yeah.
So for me, I just like the authenticity that Uche has. Just knowing that Uche, wherever he speaks, by the time you hear that his thick Igbo accent, you know that this is our boy, this is our person. And I he will get polished, he will get refined. They will teach him how to speak in front of the camera a bit more. But I think he just needs to lock in, keep himself grounded, which I think he would. The only part of the European culture that he has packed now is all the tattoo. The boy almost has no clean spot on his body anymore. But then that one, even if you like tattoos, you like tattoos, But that's a whole other conversation. But I see that I have a new guest here who would like to contribute. So, Fido, welcome, sir.
Okay, am I muted? Can you hear me?
Yes, go on.
All right. So, so for me, I'll just quickly speak because I've been listening and I'm currently at work. and all that thing. So I'll just can you see me? I'll just speak
Yes, go on.
briefly on the transfer so far. I think first is we have to agree that for Victor Osimhen, we most likely would never see him in maybe a team that we all want to see him. I think we can agree for now that even if he's going to come to back to any of the top five leagues in Europe, it might either be a mid team or a team that's looking for a striker in when they are having striker issues and all that. And I think everybody needs to first accept that. And I think for the other players that we have coming, there's the likes of Tulu that is in Wolves now. I feel just like we've said, if he's going to have at least 10 goals, and I feel that is key importance in Wolves team is going to be dependent on the impact he makes anytime he comes off the bench. He might not necessarily score goals, but maybe he's able to press, make assists, and all that. I think that would also be very very strong. That would help him also in this season for Wolves. And for me, Fulham has Tyreek George now, or they're going to have Tyreek George. Josh King is not I think that's his name, King. Sha is not a bad winger also. So I think what Samuel Chukwueze will bring to Fulham will be his wealth of experience, and he has to use that wealth of experience that he has had in Villarreal and AC Milan. He has to bring it on table when he's playing for Fulham, and he also has to be someone of impact. I mean, when you look at Iwobi and Calvin Bassey in Fulham, games to games and all that, even games when they don't tend to have like a very very super performance, but they have a good performance that helps the team in its own way. If you look at the match against Man U, the Iwobi's pass that led to the equalizer was very superb, and he makes some key passes. Yes, sometimes he makes, like against Chelsea. I think there was a shot when Caicedo was on him. There was a loose ball that I felt he shouldn't have taken that shot. My own opinion, that maybe he should have laid a pass or something. So, but you see that above all, they still have significant impact. So for me, I think that it's important for Samuel Chukwueze to be very key in his impact when he comes to Fulham. He should look more aggressive, because I think one of the things about Premier League is about how fast paced, high intense game, and the whole ability for you to just show yourself. If you look at Estival in Chelsea, one of the things he did his first when he was trying to make have that flair football. That was one of the things that led to the first goal. That's what led to the first goal against Chelsea, when Lucas Paqueta had that shot and all that. But I think in that short time, he was able to learn. He knew when to show flair, driving. He knew when to just make that quick pass and all that. So I think Samuel Chukwueze has to learn, starting from the first game. This is Premier League, and he has to just show some significance that, I mean, he just has to improve his game. And because one of the things Premier League gives most players is publicity. I believe so, especially amongst Nigerians and other. They have a good media setup basically. That also for Chris Santos, Crystal Palace. I think it would be very hard for him to my opinion again. I think it will be quite hard for him to fill in the role of Eberechi, if that is why they are bringing him in, which I'm not sure. But I think it will be very hard for him also. But Santos is a fine player, and I think out of all our current players, out of all the current players making move into the Premier League, I think Santos is one of the people that will definitely perform. And yeah, so that's it for me on the old move and all on the old transfer. But my question to you, Ayotu, would be considering there was a time that I saw the post regarding the goalkeeping situation we have in Nigeria, the Nigerian squad. So I want to ask that what about this guy Arthur Okonkwo? Is it that he has never been approached, or what's the case? What's happening regarding Arthur Okonkwo?
I mean, I personally don't know exactly what is going on. From the information that I had received prior, I know that the boy had said he wants to play for Nigeria. I don't know if they are not interested in him. I don't know if there are still some official things that they need to sort out. I really do not know. Or maybe they just overlooked him for now. You know, it's happened. Like somebody like a Chukwueze declared that he wanted to play for Nigeria and did his switch since 2019 till today. He has not received a single call up. So these things can happen. I do not have any particular information that would answer that question exactly.
Okay, okay, and also, I don't even. I feel like Nigeria should also approach current Chukwueze. I think that would be a good addition. Looking at the current squad that we have right now. I feel that fine. Iwobi is doing a good job, and I feel that we need someone that is a proper ball carrier and can sort of like um help 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 to like build the attack properly. That I feel Kanchukwemeka would be a very very good addition to that. Just my thoughts, and I pray and I really hope that the Super Eagles qualify for the World Cup, because if we don't, I think that would be back to back we missing out on the World Cup, and that's not good for us as a
All right.
country and as a nation.
Thank you very much, Fido. Let me allow our next guest,
All right.
to jump in. So we've been talking about transfer deadline day. We've seen Tolu Kudare complete a move to Wolverhampton Wanderers in English Premier League. We're also waiting for the conclusion of Samuel Chukwueze to Fulham. We're waiting for the conclusion of Christantos Uche to Crystal Palace. And we're waiting to hear what is going to happen with Ademola Lokman. We're wondering whether some other Nigerian players might also be moving, some that are not necessarily being talked about. But we know that on deadline day, anything can happen. All of a sudden, somebody just needs a player, they sign a player. So initially, what are your thoughts on Arokodare's move? What are your thoughts on the pending moves for Chukwueze and Uche? And then you can just let us know any other thing that you're thinking about this transfer window or deadline day. I cannot hear you. Yeah, I can't hear you. Maybe you need to just leave, refresh, and come back, but we can't hear you. No. Maybe leave the studio, refresh, and come back. We still cannot hear you, so you might need to leave and come back. Yeah. Okay. Let's wait for so to just resolve his mic issue. But let me quickly just go to comments. Somebody said Christantos Uche is coming to replace Magehi. I mean, it's not the center back.
No.
He's not replacing Magehi. He's not the center back. Another comment here says Uche just passed his medical, 4-year deal for him. Yeah, what I was seeing online was that he's going to sign a contract until 2030, which would be 5 years, unless it's a 4+1 deal. But we'll see what happens there. But yes, Uche, I'm not surprised that he's passing his medical. The boy has been a rock since he joined Getafe. Doesn't get injured. It's too strong for everybody. So yes, congratulations to Christantos Uche. Then Felix also says that Uche can fight for the right side. They can play Mateta, Sa, and Uche up front. I mean, he has to go and fight for his spots. Nothing is going to be given. But at the same time, that's the way it's supposed to be, Uche has not yet reached any level that would just command getting into a team and immediately just saying that, oh, I'm going to be the starter. You know, he has to earn it. He has to earn it. But again, for me, I'm just interested when he does get signed, you know, maybe after the international break, when the Crystal Palace coach Oliver Glasner does his first interview and then they ask him, like, I'm very curious to know what kind of player he sees Chrisandros Uche as, where he thinks he will play, you know, because people have been arguing with me for the longest time when I kept on saying, I know he's a natural midfielder, but for his club, he has been playing as a striker. So who knows? Maybe Glasner has seen him as a striker option. Maybe they've seen him as an attacking midfield option. Maybe they've seen him as a central midfield option. We wouldn't know until the coach says something or until we see him on the field. So it's going to be a very interesting one. It's really going to be something that can, I think, in my opinion, can make or break the kind of impact that Chrisandros Uche is going to have at Crystal Palace and in the Premier League. Because if he plays, you know, in a position that he's not so good at and he struggles a little bit, it can really change the perception of him. If they sign him as a striker, I don't know if he can get into the team ahead of Jean-Philippe Mateta, you know, because Mateta is a baller, you know, different profile of player. But nevertheless, I think Uche is a good enough player that he will go there and he will make a decent impact, you know, and people will rate him and will like his contributions. Odubayo says Atalanta should please free Ademola Lukman. They're not holding him hostage, they just need to make the right amount of money, you know. Fawaz says Samu just concluded his medicals too, but an agreement has not been reached. Okay, so we're waiting for an agreement on Samu's side. Dino so is back. Dino, so I believe we can hear you now. So yes, please give us your thoughts on the completed transfer of Kodare, the two pending ones in the Premier League for Chukwueze and Uche, and then your general thoughts on the deadline day.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Yes, go on.
Great. Thanks. I wholeheartedly believe that the move by Tulu Arokodare was a very brilliant move. It is a good career trajectory for him. He knows the challenge that he has when it comes to Super Eagles position, and this puts him in a very good state in terms of competing for shirt in Super Eagles. That is definitely there. We know Terry Murphy is back. We know other guys are back. The Arco Adams, yes, their injuries and all that. When they are fully healthy, that is going to be very competitive to nail down a Super Eagles shirt. As for Crisantus Uche, he has a good agent. Absolutely has a good agent. Crystal Palace is very much a very good stepping stone for Crisantus Uche. However, we do not know what position he will be used as, but whatever position he is going to be used as in Crystal Palace, I believe it would be for his growth. Crystal Palace is an ideal.
Sorry, hold on. Victor Boniface has just completed his medicals at Werder Bremen.
I'm not surprised.
Yes, so Victor Boniface has just completed medicals.
That was the last thing I was gonna tell you. You beat me to it.
We're waiting.
I'm watching it on the side here too.
Okay.
So I am very happy for that move. And do I think Boniface will very much surprise a lot of people? Yes. I believe he can get his acts together. I strongly believe that. Back to Crisantus Uche. I have a feeling that Crisantus Uche will be used as a box-to-box in Crystal Palace. He will be used as a box-to-box. When you look at the players they have signed and the positions where they have holes, he will be used as a box-to-box. They need him there more. With Mark Guehi likely going to Liverpool, I'm hearing that there is potential snag in that contract as of 4 minutes ago, that might not go through. But at the end of the day, I strongly believe Guehi is heading to Liverpool. And these guys, Crystal Palace will have to make a last minute purchase of a central defender. They need that. This decision was very much a last minute decision, and they will have to make a last minute decision to get a replacement for Maguire. When it comes to Chukwueze, I am extremely happy for him. I am extremely happy for him. AC Milan was not a good suit for Chukwueze at all. Was not a good suit at all for him. English football could bring out the best in him. A free-flowing football. That was what he encountered in Villarreal. And this is a great opportunity for him, whether he is played from a central position, which is very, very possible considering the collection of players that Fulham has in their hands. Chukwueze might end up being a number 10 in, in Fulham. I will not be surprised with that. My brother here did mention about Otto Okonkwo. That guy is a very talented goalkeeper. If he can compete amongst the goalkeepers that we have, the one player that I have always believed in that could he potentially be a number one for Super Eagles if given the chance is Owen Goodman. He has the talent, but what makes him stand out the most is that he has a mental toughness that I have not seen in many of these Super Eagle goalkeepers. So opportunity needs to be extended to players like that in the Super Eagles. And David Shaw needs to very much, this current squad is his squad. The squad that has been playing for Eric Chell is not his complete squad. There was interferences in the team selection. And when it comes to Kane Chukwuemeka and Team Irebulam, and whether Nigeria qualifies for World Cup or doesn't qualify for World Cup, God forbid, Kane Chukwuemeka and Team Irebulam are your typical 6 and 8 position. And we should stop playing players out of position. Iwobi can even thrive with these guys playing behind him. The same thing applies to Chukwueze. These guys will solidify our midfield. That is a given there. And we should start looking in the direction of transitioning. Ndidi only has one more tournament, I would say, one more tournament left in him. By God's grace, if we qualify for World Cup, if the team is being selected by merit, the chances of Ndidi being in that squad is slim. I'm being honest with you, because your oppositions are going to have players that has the legs to run. Ndidi will not give you a full minutes, but if he's going to be in a World Cup squad selection, you're looking at a 45 minutes player. And our central defense, I think Eric Chell, he should have done better. He should have done better in searching for options. We're going into these very crucial World Cup qualifications, and there doesn't seem to be more options. I will never, ever, ever play a Wazian in a Super Eagles World Cup qualification team. I would rather play Benjamin Frederick. It is a very bad decision. I wish players like, I will say it here, as much as we've clamored for Tosin Adarabiayo, if he truly wants to play for Nigeria, that decision should have been made by now. And anything from now onwards, if he did not make up his mind, I think he should not be welcome to Nigeria Super Eagles any longer.
Let me ask a question just on what
Sure.
you said. What give me the reasoning behind why Benjamin Frederick is a better option than
The
the second?
Benjamin Frederick is a much quicker central defender. He's a much decisive central defender. He has a very good passing range. You see a central defense. He reminds me of the days of Rondo Lise, how this guy can pick out long range passes. It's been a long time we have a defender in the mode of this type of player.
Okay, so my follow up to that would be, where did you find this evidence of these things that you are saying? Because the boy has only
I
played.
watched him very. I've watched this guy all the way from his under 21 and in the games against Jamaica. I was like, what is he doing here? But I've never had doubts about his talent. I've never had doubt about his talent, but I was not sure if he was ready until I saw him against Jamaica.
But we
You
played
can
it.
see he was playing two positions against Jamaica IoT. Did you notice that?
Yeah, but he also did not get tested against Jamaica.
Jamaica is that team that is rising silently. The
No.
level of players this team are collecting,
See,
they are a very compact team.
I'm not even referring to the quality of Jamaica. I'm talking about that specific game. Nobody ran at him. There were only two moments that he had to really do any work, and that was when, like you rightly hinted at, that's when he had to cover for the right back.
He
But
covered for the right
yeah,
back too much in that
see,
game.
but the thing for me is that, again, when we say these things, I just don't think it's really backed by evidence, because the boy has only played 4 games or 5 games as a professional footballer. The rest were youth level. And if you look at the numbers as well, so far this season, Awaziem is doing better in all the passing statistics than him. Long range passing so far this season,
And then
Awaziem
we
is
go
doing
back
better.
along.
Long range
So
passing.
did you watch was I believe in last 2 weeks game that they played? I was looking to see his mobility and agileness in that central defense. And I was very much panicking when I was watching this guy. His mobility is not the same as even when he used to even play for Super Eagles. But everything we're talking about here, we're going to be seeing it in a couple of days, or about a week from today. We're going to see all those in display, and Eric Chair will run them through the skin. And I will bet you, let's see who he chooses at the end of it.
I mean, let's see who he chooses, but I just don't think that there's any evidence that shows us right now
Do
that,
you believe Frederick is a talented player?
yes, he is talented, but talent is only 30%
Talent is
of
one
it.
thing, but one thing that is very unique about this player is his mental fortitude.
Again, how do we know his mental fortitude? He has barely played football.
You saw something in the game against Jamaica, but I will not knock on anybody that still has
No,
doubts
see, again,
because it's not a big sample size.
see, that's the thing. And for me, the talent is there. But even that Jamaica game, I spoke about it after the Jamaica game. There were things that he did not do right in that game still, in terms of his positioning, in terms of reading the game. The 2 goals that we considered, he could have done better. I'm not saying he could have prevented it, but he could have done better. He and Igor Obu in that game, maybe it's because it was a rookie center back pairing, but they were both out of place in terms of reading where the ball would go. One player is already covering, you need to find yourself in a different position. The boy is good though, but so far for me, I think that people are overstating how good he is or how much of an impact he can make. Does that mean that if he plays, he's going to play badly? No, he might play and he might play very well. But for me, I think it is a bit of a disservice to a player like Chidozie Awaziem to just simply come and say, this guy, 4 games that he played, and we think that he is better than you. I think it's a bit of a disservice. Awaziem has played this season in a much tougher league than the league that the other guy is playing in. And Awaziem has had a good season so far. The other guy has had a bad season so far. So what is the evidence other than talent?
Let,
Talent is not enough.
let's see what both of them will do. But I strongly believe that Eric Shell should have cast his net much wider. He should have cast his net much wider. The players in the form of Maurice James, he, he is very much high up there in terms of ability to play as a central defender. We should be looking at players like that. Even Felix Uduakai
Ayo,
is a
can you hear
very
me?
Yes,
yeah.
yes, I
We
we
can
can
hear
hear you.
you. Ade. I think he should have done a lot better, but I like the players that was selected for this
Yeah. But
World Cup
let's not talk too
qualification.
much Super Eagles. Let's talk more transfers because Super Eagles will still
Okay.
discuss all of that on the Nigeria FC podcast later tonight. But let's stick to more of the players that are moving or not moving.
I, I think Werder Bremen moved a couple of minutes ago for for Boniface
IoT.
was fantastic.
I came in, I've been listening. I came in, thank God you know my stand, IoT. I came in because what Tinoso says. Tinoso, see, this since Benjamin Friendly, since he started seeing off football, it's been a flop. Yesterday, go and check across me. I don't just talk. I look at the ratings. I check the ratings yesterday. Baba, he had the lowest rating. It could be that because he's playing out of his natural position.
What position was he playing?
Now I play